Chapter 1377 time is a luxury the trio moved towards the entrance and wasted no time in boarding it. The interior lit up upon their infiltration, and Gustav proceeded to move towards the seat before the control panel. Endrik joined Gustav, and Circe took off the space suit before strapping in. At that point, Gustav was tapping on his dimensional bracelet to pick their destination point. Endrik squinted his eyes as he noticed something in the distance. It was very far from their current position, but he could make out 5 figures. Looks like they have also gotten what they came here for. They might try to cause us some trouble, Endrik voiced as he noticed the 5 figures were headed in their direction. Then we should leave here as soon as possible, Gustav responded while tapping his dimensional bracelet. The figures had drifted closer at this point and were funnily waving their arms. Wait! Endrik quickly grabbed Gustav's left wrist. Cancel dimensional travel! Gustav called out before it completely counted down to 0. What is it? Gustav questioned while furrowing his eyebrows. They're not here to cause trouble, Endrik responded. MHM. Gustav shot a glance at the Ozus group. Minutes later, all 5 of them were within the sitting area of the massive spacecraft, which was structured like a living room. We need your help, Vilak stated. Gustav had a slightly suspicious look as he turned to glance at Endrik before staring back at the group of Ozus. Is this supposed to be a joke? Gustav questioned with slight menace. No, we're serious. We need your help, both of you, Ozark added from the side. You need the help of a universal fugitive? How ironic! Gustav let out a light scoff after responding. Will you help us or not? TCH. Mylox yelled in annoyance. Watch your tongue before you lose it, Gustav said with a soft but extremely intimidating tone. You. Mylox pointed in anguish, but Vilax quickly cut him short before he could say any more. We got information on the whereabouts of our missing people who are currently in captivity. We can't get them back with our strength alone, Vilax explained with a pleading tone. You should be aware that I came to the Zelios Tower for my agenda. Where did you get the impression that I would be willing to leave what I am after to help you guys? Perish the thought, Gustav stated with a tone of indifference. Please, I know how it looks. You are being blamed for the destruction of our planet and wanted by the Alliance. You have no reason to help us, but we can't get our people back without your help. I am not asking you to let go of your agenda. I am just asking that you render us a little assistance. Vilax kept trying to make Gustav see reason. No, go find help somewhere else. There are still millions of Ozus who were saved. Gustav crossed his leg with an unbothered look. There was no way he would be willing to carry other people's weight on his shoulders when he was supposed to head back to Earth to follow the necessary procedures in recovering Angie and Falco. The problem is we can't, Ozark voiced with a look of despair. Gustav exclaimed, looking confused. Vilax proceeded to bring out a scroll. The scroll opened up and floated in midair. One could see constellations, galaxies, and planets outlined on it with a small glowing at the northeast corner. This scroll is meant to lead us to the location of the being responsible for holding the rest of our people captive, but the moment he moves, his location would be lost to us, and this scroll will become useless, Vilax narrated. That's unfortunate. Gustav didn't seem much bothered by the explanation, but Vilax continued. We can't head back to the ring because sea-filing would be gone by the time we manage to amass a strong enough force to save our people. This means the whole trouble we went through to get the information on their whereabouts these past couple of months would have been for nothing. Gustav squinted his eyes as he contemplated his decision. Please help us. The rest of the Ozus fell to their knees as well, pleading for Gustav's assistance. That's enough. You can get up now, Gustav said with a slight look of benevolence. Does that mean you have agreed to help us? Vilax's expression beamed up as he inquired. 1 week. I will only input 1 week of my time in helping you lots recover your people. After that you are on your own. Gustav stated with a strong tone. Thank you. Vilax and everyone else showed their appreciation enthusiastically. Don't thank me yet. Gustav turned away and walked towards the control room. What are you waiting for? Come input the coordinates into the star navigation system. Gustav called out to Vilax, who instantly responded by jumping to his feet and following after Gustav. The rest of the Osis decided on who they would send back to the ring to give the others information on what they were up to. After a couple of minutes, preparations were complete and 4 Osis were left within the spacecraft with Gustav, Endrik, and Cersei. Let's go, Gustav stated while powering up the engine. Twi-Hi-I, the spacecraft bolted into the distance in the next instant. In an unknown region in space, hundreds of millions of beings stood underneath a blood-red sky, engaging in all sorts of activities. Some looked like large beasts with long, sharp tails. Some looked humanoid with oddly shaped heads. Some others looked metallic with glowing chests and backs. Some even looked like half-toads and humans, while some looked like evolved insects. One couldn't count just how many different species could be spotted strewn across the unknown location. Some were tilling the ground as farmers would do and planting odd-looking seeds, while some mounted technological machinery and vehicle to perform the same task. Some were lifting heavy loads and moving them from place to place. Some were building structures and beautiful-looking roads. All kinds of activities could be witnessed. One common thing was the mysterious purple collar around the necks of most of the species. The species that didn't have necks had this purple collar around a different part of their body. There was not a single being there that did not have this collar except for one. At the top of a tower, a figure with a cylindrical head, clad in a long black jacket, watched these beings engage in various activities with a proud smile on their face. The capturing has proved rather useful. I am 60% closer to finishing, he voiced cynically, sending silent chills across the environment. I should move on to the next capture zone once the PO has more information for me. After saying this, his figure vanished from sight. For eyes flickered open, and what appeared in view was an outdoor pool. I need you guys' support. Check out. I am just a member of the Sword Heroes Party. Add to your library and vote. Thank you all. Chapter 1378, Where Are the Others? Now this is the life a sovereign such as myself should be living. The cylindrical head shaped being voiced with a slight tone of gratification. Besides the greenish pool they were currently lying in, the transparent window before the being displayed a massive butter-colored planet. It turned out that this wasn't an outdoor pool, it was an outer space pool. It's been a day, and we already crossed more than half the journey. Vilax's voice rang out in surprise as the spacecraft drifted across the endless darkness. This spacecraft jump function is at the highest level, 1,000 light-years per jump. It can jump 3 times in a single day, but it takes more than a week for the jump drive to recharge, Gustav explained. 1,000 light-years per jump. Ozark and the others couldn't believe their ears. 100 light-years was moving more than 300 quintillion feet in an instant. Talk more of 1,000 light-years, which was 10 more of that speed. A light-year was equivalent to how much distance light would travel in a year. It wasn't just about its speed, it was about the distance, and 1,000 years of that speed breached in a single instant. The defense of this spacecraft must be on another level for it to withstand such, Ozark muttered in bewilderment. Most spacecraft could only go a little above 100, so this was a surprise to them. The usual speed of any spacecraft was more than light speed, but the jumps were a different case entirely. Gustav estimated that if they continued towards the location of sea filing, they should get to them in another day's worth of travel. This would mean 2 days had been spent out of the 1-week time frame Gustav had given them. They could only hope that the rest of the days would be enough for them to complete the operation. Their journey went on non-stop. Gustav wouldn't need to take a stop on any planet since they had everything they needed. He and Endrik had already filled up their storage with supplies that would last them for months if need be. Tell me everything you know about this being named sea filing, Gustav voiced. The mundane one didn't tell us much about him since their only task was to give information about the whereabouts of our people. But here is what we know about C-filing. Vilax proceeded to start narrating what the mundane one told them. C-filing is a narcissistic but very powerful being who has his universe. He takes species from all parts of the galaxies to put them in his universe because he wants a world where every single species all across the galaxies worships him as a god. He does everything he can to acquire different species, be it buying them or forcibly abducting them. Then he puts them in his universe to work. He won't stop until he has acquired species from every nook and corner of the universe. That is why he is always moving, Vilax explained. So there's someone like this out there, and the Alliance deemed me more dangerous and wanted? Isn't that interesting? Gustav chuckled while shaking his head. Some of the species were acquired legally, while others, not so much. We had no idea that he was the one responsible for holding our people till the mundane one informed us. We only thought it was a case of misplacement, Vilax said. While C-filing is wanted, the Alliance doesn't place so much importance on capturing him, Ozark stated from the side. Gee, I wonder why, Gustav responded with a tone of sarcasm. He doesn't necessarily try to cause problems on planets or murder innocents. In fact, according to what I heard in the past, he has never killed. So long as he acquires even a single species from any corner of the universe, he leaves the others alone and continues his journey to acquire a different species. Ozark explained what she knew about him. It almost sounds like you're defending the person who abducted millions of your people. Gustav shot her a side glance. No, I am not saying he hasn't abducted plenty. He just isn't seen as a huge threat based on the pattern of his actions. However, he is undoubtedly very powerful. People refrain from trying to mess with him because once he drags you into his universe, you automatically become his slave. Ozark tried to clear this misconception. If he is as powerful as you guys say he is, then this will still be difficult despite my help, Gustav said warily. But we have a much higher chance. Without you, our chances were close to 0%, Vilax said with an appreciative tone. So what is the plan? Gustav questioned. I haven't thought that far yet, Vilax said while turning to stare at Mylox. Maybe the captain has one for us, he added. Mylox, who had been silent the entire time, stared back cluelessly the moment everyone turned to stare at him. His eyes darted around. Well, he stuttered repeatedly. Don't tell me you don't have a plan. Did you expect us to just walk in there and ask him to hand over your people back and he see our group and cower in his boots? How unserious. Gustav shook his head in disappointment. We could try talking to him first, though. Based on what they said, he isn't someone who just murders people for the fun of it. Endrick chimed in from the side. I've seen people with this type of ego. Talking to him won't help, Gustav refuted. He knew damn well that a narcissistic person with an agenda would not stop until he was done, especially one as powerful as him. I am not saying we should only try to talk to him. I am saying we distract him by having a conversation that shows no nefarious intention. Then we could implement something that takes him off guard and try to set the Ozus people free, Endrick explained logically. I'm seeing it, but we first have to know how to free them, where exactly he is keeping them, and how to get access to wherever that is. Gustav felt they needed more information to come up with a proper plan. We don't know how he captures people. He just does according to what I have heard. Ozark voiced. That isn't helpful, Gustav stated. The only people that would be aware of this must be people who he already took, Mylox chimed in. We can't just go in blind, we need proper understanding. We don't know if it is his ability, or if he uses an item, and if it is the latter, whereas we prepare a plan thinking it is the former. We will fail, Gustav shook his head. I have my universe, but I can only pull people within range forcefully into it, even if you have escaped it before, and it takes a lot of power to have living beings within a universe of your creation. Not to mention in millions. He would have to be extremely powerful for that, more powerful than Jack and Mac, Endrick analyzed with a contemplative expression. Jack and Mac are considered top 5 in the universe, according to the Alliance. I have never heard of this C-filing before. Since he is not on the list, he should be weaker than them, but still very powerful regardless. Which means he isn't using his power. Gustav also replied in a contemplative tone. He must be using a tool, and Drick stated with a look of certainty. Are you sure? Gustav inquired. 90%. And Drick responded. What happened to the other 10? Gustav asked. This will be plenty enough, hopefully. And Drick responded with a wry tone. I like to be certain about information before implementing a plan, but there's no time. Well, go with what we currently have, Gustav decided. Now this is the plan. Everyone focused on Gustav as he proceeded to tell them the plan he came up with based on the amount of information they currently had. After a few minutes, they all gave off expressions of understanding. So we're going to get the tool from him, then. I hope this works, Vilax said with anticipation. If he truly uses a tool, then it should. The Osius ring. A spacecraft could be spotted descending onto a massive ring, circulating like an orbital body in space. The ring had an icy color and almost looked like it was made out of gas, but that wasn't the case. It was composed of physical matter and happened to be half the size of a planet. Just like a planet would, it also had a lower and upper atmosphere. It was where the Osis survivors had taken refuge. Valpork, the 5th member of the Osis team that was sent out over 3 months before, was being welcomed by a line of handlers as the spacecraft descended. They didn't know that only a single person had returned out of the 5 they sent till he stepped out of the spacecraft. Where are the others? Chapter 1379. The Vitrocyte species. They didn't know that only a single person had returned out of the 5 they sent till he stepped out of the spacecraft. Jarvie. Voices were heard from the background as he stepped into their midst. Where are the others? Handler 3 inquired with a concerned look. They sent me back alone to come and give a message that would explain everything that had happened in the last 3 months, Jarvie answered while bringing out a small pocket device. You all are going to want to see this, he added while handing it over to Handler 3. Minutes later, all of the handlers had gathered in a massive hall. They were all watching the projection that displayed footage of Vilax, Mylox, and Ojark. The whole place had descended into quietness as they focused on the joint narration of the trio. Occasionally gasps would be heard as the handlers listened to their tale, which was full of unexpected situations like the hardship they faced while trying to acquire the requirements from the Zelios Tower and how they finally succeeded. When they arrived at the part where Gustav was mentioned, the hall was thrown into disarray. They found the universal fugitive. They must have captured him by now. They'd better bring him back so we can hand him over to the Alliance. We shall regain our seat in the Alliance. Different voices with mixtures of both anguish and anticipation could be heard. Handler 3 quickly addressed them to remain quiet so they could listen to the rest of the footage. As the narration went on, the faces of the handlers changed to shock. How could they ask that criminal for help? A loud yell rang out which threw the whole hall into disarray again. Handler 1 tried to calm them down again, but most of them had gotten incensed and even began to blame Handler 3's son, Vilax, for this. Everyone relax! Handler 3's voice resounded loudly, which caused the place to reduce in noise. How can they work with the enemy? They should have immediately brought that fugitive back. Did you all even listen? Our people are in danger of getting lost forever. A big side of the handlers wasn't in support of the decision Vilax and the others made, but some felt they made the right choice. However, everyone still had misgivings about Gustav. I am not sure some of you understand the severity of the situation, Handler 3 resumed speaking. C-filing is a being that has not been sighted by anyone in centuries. Talk more of being caught. He has been gathering species nonstop, and even the Alliance has never been able to get a hold of him. He takes a bunch of species and moves on to another location. Our children cast their pride aside to ask for help from a person who is believed to be responsible for the destruction of our planet. just because they wanted to make sure they had a chance of saving our people who have been placed in bondage by this powerful being. Handler 3's tone had a hint of disappointment as he spoke. At this point, the entire hull had completely quietened down. They were looking at the bigger picture to save the rest of our people. The lots of you don't seem to realize what they have just put themselves into, he added. But are we just going to leave the criminal just because he has decided to help save the rest of our people? A handler questioned from the side. That is not what I am saying. I am saying we should not condemn their decision. It was the best option with the time frame they had, or C-filing would have disappeared again, which would mean 3 months had been wasted. I have heard that the Zelios Tower gives even more ridiculous requirements for wanting to get the same information twice. We are going to do our best to assist our children by heading to the coordinates they have left in this footage. It doesn't matter how long it will take us to get there, so long as they can stall C-filing for long enough. We could get there in time to save our people and finally capture Gustav Crimson, Handler 3 explained lengthily. Are you saying? The handler, who spoke, had a look of surprise as he voiced out. Yes, it would be like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Prepare the army, Handler 3 commanded sternly. In the vastness of outer space, a sleek spacecraft appeared, hovering gracefully above a butter-colored planet that seemed to glow with warmth and mystery. The ship, a marvel of cutting-edge technology, gleamed in the starlight, its metallic exterior reflecting the brilliance of distant galaxies. Inside the spacecraft, a group of intrepid explorers gazed upon the sight before them. The surreal landscape of the butter-colored planet seemed to resemble vast plains of wheat fields, stretching as far as the eye could see. Are you sure this is the location? Gustav questioned with a tone of uncertainty. The scroll says we're here, Ozark replied while staring at the glowing scroll. Is something wrong? Vilax inquired. No one matches the description you gave me of C-filing, Gustav answered. Wait, how? Ozark had a look of confusion as she voiced. I just scanned the entire planet and every single life form on it with my perception, Gustav answered. It was like a bomb just went off in Mylox, Vilax, and Ozark's head the moment they heard this. You did what? Vilax had to ask for confirmation as he was having a hard time comprehending what he had just heard. Scan the entire planet with my perception. Gustav repeated this line like it was a normal thing to do. All 4 Ozis stared at him in disbelief. They began questioning themselves internally. Technically, Gustav was younger than they were, even if they were age mates based on the calculation of planetary time. So how the hell was he so strong? Does this mean he has gone beyond his strength at Aesop? That strength that was already on a ridiculous level at the time. Vilax was the most stumped out of all 4 of them. Gustav was decimating the battlefield back then in Aesop. So just how much more powerful was he now? We can't overrule the assumption that he might have taken on a secret identity. Endrick voiced from the side. That is indeed true, Ozark nodded. It is a good thing the scroll lets us know if we are near him. We just need to start looking, Vilax stated with a tone of anticipation. The mundane one had informed them that the scroll would also help them figure out his exact position, since they would be searching for him on a whole planet. The scroll only becomes useless once he leaves the vicinity of the planet. Once he was within a radius of 10 miles, the scroll would alert them. Where do we start from? Endrick asked with an inquisitive gaze. We start by landing, Gustav responded while tapping a bunch of functions on the control panel. Fwihai, the spacecraft descended onto the planet in a couple of seconds, ushering them into a completely different environment from what they saw in outer space. Their spaceship touched down gently on the alien terrain. As the doors opened, a sense of anticipation filled the air. Stepping out onto the planet's surface, they were immediately struck by the cotton-like ash drizzling across the air. It was almost like snow, but much darker and toxic for non-native species. Fortunately, Cersei and the others were clad in spacesuits. Gustav had a milky-colored glow cast around his body that completely disintegrated any of the cotton-like ash that made contact with him. The ground beneath their feet was a vibrant shade of golden yellow, reminiscent of butter on a warm summer day. The sky above was a serene blend of pastel colors, casting a soft glow over the landscape. No sun was visible, but the day was still bright enough. With confident strides, they began venturing forth. It didn't take long before they encountered a settlement of the native alien species. Towering above them were slender beings, with skin that shimmered a brilliant iridescent hue, giving a contrasting view with the appearance of the environment. A bunch of them approached them cautiously. It wasn't like they never got visitors, but getting visitors on a planet that was only conducive to native species was a rare occurrence. Due to this, they had mostly been isolated by the rest of the planets under the same alliance. It was also why their structures and technology were primitive. Host has made contact with Vitrocytes species. Gustav stared at the system notification that had just appeared in his line of sight. For the first time, he was meeting with species he had never heard of. #%? They spoke a different language, as expected, but the system automatically translated the meaning to Gustav. Chapter 1380 on the search for sea filing. We welcome the travelers from distant stars. They greeted with open arms, their graceful movements exuding a sense of welcome. Fortunately, the spacesuit translated the wordings into the ears of the others, while Husarius did the translating for Endrick. The Vitrocytes proceeded to ask the purpose of their visit, since they were still a bit cautious. Gustav answered them saying, "We are just passing by, exploring planets across the stars and adding it to our journal. We will be leaving in a few days." He managed to ease their minds with his response, and they told them they could stay as long as they wished to. Gustav had no intentions of staying long, regardless of anything. To him, the Ozis had about 4 days left. If their business wasn't concluded in 4 days, he would be out of there. As they delved deeper into the alien environment, they marveled at the array of flora and fauna. Despite the harsh conditions of the lower atmosphere within the planet, plants could still grow on their yellow soil. The plant life resembled delicate ribbons of melted butter, swaying gently in the harsh, cotton-ashy breeze. Strange creatures flitted about with ethereal grace, their bodies adorned with intricate patterns and colors. Even their animals didn't look bad. Gustav decided not to pay the native species and the terrain of the alien environment much heed. Unlike how he would usually try to know more about certain species, he wasn't very interested this time. He just wanted to help the Ozis and get out of there. The only thing he was concerned about was the mapping of the entire planet, so they could use it in figuring out places to search, first for sea filing. They were ushered into a place to stay which was structured with weird materials none of them had ever seen before. The moment they got in, they began plotting. "There is no time to waste. I can sense another settlement nearby, but there is not another one for hundreds of miles. The Vitrocytes can communicate with one another through their minds and share images as well as memories. Other Vitrocytes across the planet wouldn't give us issues if they come into contact with us, since they are already aware of our existence," Gustav explained briefly. Despite not knowing about the Vitrocytes before this, the system had swiftly given him brief information about them. "So what do we do next?" Ozark questioned. "We still follow the plan, but we have to at least find him first. An opportunity has presented itself," Gustav stated. An opportunity how?" Vilax questioned. "Wait here," Gustav said to all 6 of them while stepping out. The Vitrocytes communicate with one another through their minds with images and memories, regardless of the distance. Every single Vitrocyte on the planet has seen what other Vitrocytes have seen, since they don't hide things from one another. This could only mean one thing: Gustav could tap into the memories of everything the Vitrocytes had witnessed and make out the appearances of everyone who had visited in the last few months. This would help them pinpoint sea filing more easily, since they were sure he must have disguised his appearance. Whoosh! Gustav moved like a phantom and grabbed an unsuspecting Vitrocyte. He wasted no time in knocking out this 13-foot-tall slender being before they could react to getting abducted. Gustav arrived in a very secluded environment many miles from the settlement they arrived in. His reason for immediately knocking out the Vitricite was because of their ability to communicate with one another through their minds. There was no doubt that if this Vitricite was to be awake, everyone would know where he was the moment he sent images of everything happening around him to the others. Gustav would then be seen as hostile, and it most certainly would cause problems. Activating memories siphoning. Gustav wasn't too bothered about using this ability on the Vitricite he captured, since their specialty was usually mental-based. This meant that the mental fortitude of the Vitricites would be insanely high. It also automatically meant that the Vitricite could handle a lot of memory siphoning without any side effects. He could return the Vitricite just as he found him after he was done getting what he needed. Gustav's pupils emitted a white glow as memories began to flow into his head. At first, it felt extremely sharp, like his brain was being sliced through due to the gargantuan amount of information flowing in. Despite the populace of the Vitricites being less than 1 billion, it was no simple feat to have memories for millions flowing into his mind at a very quick pace. A normal person's brain would have turned to mush and had their consciousness collapsed almost immediately if they were to experience such. Gustav's mind soon adapted to the flow of information, and the searing pain vanished. His brain began to isolate the appearances of every extraterrestrial creature that had visited the planet in the past few months, and noted where they descended on the planet. From the memories, a couple of them already left, but Gustav still made sure to take note of the ones that were missing memories of their exit. After long hours had gone by, Gustav finally deactivated the memories siphoning. At that point, other Vitricites had begun looking for the missing one Gustav abducted. During the whole siphoning process, Gustav made sure the Vitricite remained unconscious. Fortunately, the Vitricites were not as strong or as fast as Gustav, so he was able to easily return the abducted Vitricite without anyone figuring out that he was the culprit. Gustav returned to where they were given accommodation to see the worried faces of the others. "You've been gone for 6 hours. We were starting to get worried," Vilax voiced. "I went out sourcing for information, and now I finally have some," Gustav stated before calling out a name, SJ. Zing, a circular, translucent item appeared in midair. The group of Osis stared at it with a look of awe. The massive fluorescent glow made the item very eye-catching, especially because of the 2 visible eyes within. "SJ, you know what to do," Gustav said while placing his hand on SJ's smooth surface. SJ emitted a bright glow before its surface became a watchable screen for the display of footage. The memories Gustav had isolated for extraterrestrial species who had visited in the last few months and didn't seem to have left played out on SJ's surface, so every one of them can potentially be C-filing. Mylox asked while crossing his arms. "Precisely, we won't need to sweep across the planet heedlessly now," Gustav answered. "The moment we come close to any of them, the scroll should tell us if it is truly C-filing or not," Vilax voiced in understanding. "Let's check this one out first," Gustav said while pointing to the image of a dog-faced being, standing on 2 legs with dark fur covering his entire body. According to the memories Gustav saw, this one had gotten into a little scuffle with the Vitricites upon his arrival. He had the highest level of suspicion for this one compared to the others. "Where is the merman located?" Ozark questioned, hinting at the extraterrestrial species on the screen. "Almost on the other side of the planet. I hope you guys can keep up," Gustav said while preparing to leave. There was no means of transportation on the planet besides spacecraft, so they would have to get there by running since they couldn't be taking the spacecraft everywhere. Or I could just take them with a blink. It would be a whole lot faster, Endrick voiced from the side. "Good, meet me there." Gustav's figure blurred in the next instant. Fwim, a burst of wind spread across the room while Endrick grabbed hold of Vilax. "Hold one another," Endrick instructed. At first, they were clueless as to what was going on, but they obeyed. The moment Endrick blinked, they found themselves in another location entirely, standing hundreds of feet above a smoky, V-shaped terrain. Their eyes widened in astonishment as they realized they were standing in the air. However, this was only due to Endrick's telekinetic board. Vilax was the only one who could fly normally in their midst, but even at that, he currently didn't need it. Endrick blinked 2 more times, and in a couple of seconds, they had arrived at their desired location. Everywhere was dark. Since they were on the other side of the planet, it was nighttime there. There. Endrick pointed at an arrowhead-shaped building sitting in between 2 massive plants extending into the dark, ashy cotton sky. Just as they wanted to head in the pointed-out direction, a loud blast rang out. Boom! The building from the footage of Gustav's memory suddenly blasted into smithereens, right before their very eyes. A figure drifted out of the pink flames, flying backward, while another figure flew in his direction from up ahead. Ruwum. Chapter 1381, Fruitless Pursuits. A figure drifted out of the pink flames, flying backward, while another figure flew in his direction from up ahead. Room. A pinkish blast was emitted from the arm of the one giving chase, but his target smoothly moved to the side, avoiding it. Big brother. Fwish, Endrick noticed that Gustav was the one getting assaulted, but didn't move to help. His eyes squinted in suspicion as he watched Gustav repeatedly evade the attacks of the merman species they had come looking for. Die vermin! The Mormon yelled as he streaked across the air and appeared behind Gustav with an outstretched hand. The massive black gauntlet attached to his right furry arm shot out a giant pinkish beam, 3 times the size of the ones he had been firing initially. The tall plants in the surroundings instantly got pulverized as the air in the surroundings also got cleared of the raining, cotton-like ash. The merman noticed that his target was gone and let out a scoff. Weak as a common fly, he spat out. He suddenly felt a tap behind him and turned around to see Gustav floating behind him unscathed. His long red jacket flapped continuously with the wind, while his facial expression remained indifferent as usual. How? The merman's eyes widened as danger chills spread across his nerves. He is not the one, right? Gustav questioned. Yeah, the scroll didn't give us an alert. Endrick yelled from behind. I thought as much. He is too weak to be our target, Gustav voiced before turning around to fly away. Eck. The merman nearly puked out blood the moment he heard Gustav's proclamation. Who are you calling weak? The merman stuttered repeatedly in annoyance. What a waste of precious time. Let's go. We have somewhere else to be. Gustav voiced the moment he arrived before the others, standing on Endrick's telekinesis board. I'll end you. The merman yelled while speeding forward. Gustav slowly turned his face to the side and shot the merman a glance before he could get close. Are you sure you want to take that action? Gustav questioned with a soft tone that instantly sent shivers across the body of the Mormon. He paused midair with a conflicted expression. He saw his whole life flash before his eyes and started to rethink his actions. Wise choice, Gustav stated before flying off. Whoosh! A burst of violent wind spread across the vicinity due to his incredible speed, leaving the others behind in a location where the surroundings had been cleared of the toxic cotton ash. The only reason he had gotten into a scuffle with the merman in the first place was because he got attacked the moment he arrived on site. It was almost like the merman had been expecting him. Gustav recalled that the merman species had foresight, so it turned out that this particular merman had misinterpreted what he saw before Gustav's arrival. Of course, if the merman was truly sea-filing in disguise, the hostility was to be expected, but since he wasn't, Gustav wouldn't attack someone he had no business with. The Mormon was a fugitive on the run, so he was always on edge. It was also the reason for his immediate attack. Fortunately for him, Gustav was benevolent enough to spare him, which was why he didn't counterattack. But if the merman had kept it up, the extraterrestrial species would have been a goner. He called that weak, Ozark said in terror, while pointing at the destruction in the vicinity. The housing structure that was constructed in between the large plants that extended into the sky in the vicinity had been obliterated. Most of the plants also didn't survive the battle, which lasted for less than a minute. Maybe he should start understanding that he might be too strong. Mylox shook his head. Father is powerful, yai. Cersei innocently raised her arms in delight. He just expects someone of sea-filing level to be more powerful than this. Vilax chimed in from the side. Let's catch up, Endrick said while holding onto Vilax's shoulder. The group joined hands again, and Endrick blinked. Twilight, they vanished and reappeared in different locations, continuously before arriving back at the place where they were given accommodation. Gustav was already within, waiting for them. We have 24 more places to visit, Gustav voiced, while pointing at the sacred jewel which was displaying the next location they were to head for. Let's hope the next one is sea-filing, Ozark voiced with a look of anticipation. You should be thankful that this isn't a commercial planet like Gohatark. We would have no less than 1 million different folks to check out. Endrick chimed in from the side. He was right. Since this planet barely got visitors, it made things easier for them, but Ozark still saw 24 as a lot considering the plans they still had to put in place. They stared at the bird-faced figure in the footage that SJ displayed. The most notable feature of this species was the inverted ace-shaped black mark on its face with both eyes centered at its chin area. The body of the figure was covered in multi-layered, feather-like clothing. Let's go, Gustav stated before heading out once more. We won't be coming back here until we have completely visited all 24 places or found sea-filing, he added. The group set out once more with looks of determination. Another day went by in the blink of an eye, and Gustav made sure to remind the Ozus that they only had 3 more days left. At the moment, they had visited every single location that was initially mapped out. Only 20 out of 25 locations still harbored the extraterrestrial species. The other 5 were empty. No matter how many times they checked the surroundings of the 5, they remained unable to find the extraterrestrial species they came looking for. It was safe to say that they had already left, even though none of the Vitrocytes witnessed the exit of these 5. Gustav had even scanned the entire planet multiple times with his perception, yet he was unable to find any traces of them. Now the problem that persisted remained their inability to find sea-filing. The scroll did not react to being in proximity to any of the 20 they visited. None of them was sea-filing. According to the scroll, sea-filing was still on the planet, so they couldn't understand how he remained untraceable. Gustav even went as far back as the memories he acquired could reach, and they visited other locations afterward. Yet their pursuit was fruitless. Eventually, another day passed. They had spent it checking random locations all across the planet in hopes that they might suddenly come into contact with sea-filing by chance. Unfortunately, this was another futile attempt. The scroll didn't give off any proximity alert despite visiting over 100 different places in a single day. Even locations where it was suspected that Gustav's perception might not be able to scan properly due to the structure of the terrain were not spared of their visit. Yet the results were the same, or better still, there were no results. What do we do now? Ozark questioned as they sat in the accommodation quarters they were given. We have to start considering the possibility that he might be disguised as one of them, Mylock stated. That is certainly possible, but it is still very odd that we have not come into contact with him at all despite all our travels in the past 2 days. Vilax sounded very troubled. The scroll says he is still here, or could he be underground? Lyark, who rarely ever spoke, voiced from the side. Underground, eh? Gustav voiced, while stroking his chin. He knew the possibility was high, since they remained unable to find him on the surface. Gustav's perception could move through solids, but it wasn't absolute, especially when it involved going through extremely thick surfaces. If someone was deep underground, Gustav knew very well that they could escape his perception. The problem now was how to confirm if sea filing was truly underground. "Let me do it!" Endrick voiced while stepping towards the entrance of their accommodation quarters. Vilax and Mylox both looked at each other in confusion. "His telekinesis can move through spaces," Gustav explained, but even he was not 100% certain of how Endrick was going to pull off scanning every single nook and cranny underground with his telekinesis. It seemed like he would need precise locations to check and wouldn't be able to scan everywhere, which also meant they had low chances of getting sea filings location regardless. "I know what you're thinking," Endrick voiced the moment he arrived at the entrance. "Don't worry, I'll borrow power from Husarius," he added while the middle of his forehead emitted a green glow. "Oh." Gustav folded his arms without worry and watched with a calm expression. Intense winds began to spread across the place as Endrick's pupils also emitted a silvery blue glow. Chapter 1382. Splitting the world in two. Gustav could feel Endrick's energy rising on an exponential level. Endrick, current strength, was already beyond incredible for his age, but now that it was coupled with energy from Husarius, Gustav couldn't help but feel it was getting dangerously close to the level of an alpha. They all watched with curious gazes as Endrick slowly stirred his right hand forward and pointed it at the yellow ground of the ashy planet. His telekinetic energy surged forth like raging streams, penetrating the ground beneath Endrick's feet. He closed his eyes to focus as the energy began to spread at a rapid pace, encompassing the planet's core in just a couple of seconds. Endrick's ambience of space and will phase through everything, giving Endrick a mental map of the planet's underground structure. After many seconds had gone by, Endrick finally opened his eyes and spoke. "I found something, a structure." The group was instantly alerted upon this utterance. They swiftly moved towards his position when Endrick suddenly reached his hand out like he wanted to clench something. "It's a little imbalanced closer to the other side of the planet," Endrick said while forcibly pulling his arm backward. The entire planet suddenly began to quake violently. GRRBBLLL. The Vitrocytes were extremely disturbed as they tried to find safety due to the planet-wide disturbance. With their ability to communicate with one another mentally, every one of them could see the images of various locations cracking open and trembling intensely, so they were well aware that it was happening everywhere. The others behind paused with confusion and panic on their faces as walking became difficult due to the intense quake. "What is he doing?" Ozark yelled with a tone of terror. Gustav stepped forward from behind, undisturbed. "Bringing it to us," he answered. "He can do that." In less than a second of asking this question, Mylox was answered by the ground before them completely splitting open. It felt like the world was ripping apart as a gigantic piece of land with statues and multiple building structures was pulled out of the ground. It was as massive as the size of a small city, so the destruction that reeked across the surface with the pull out of the piece of land was no small scene. Endrick raised his arm higher, and this piece of land lifted into the sky, blotting the little bit of illumination from it. The small city-sized land cast an incredibly looming shadow across the sky. However, at that moment, it looked like the planet was splitting open as the four Ozis gazed into the abysmal darkness before them. A hole had practically been ripped through the whole planet. To make matters worse, it was spreading. The quake had become so violent at that point that it felt like the planet was coming apart. "This is not good." The group were back to back against each other. They had run out of land to escape to, and their current standing point was a pointy pillar of rock that looked like it would also give way very soon. The land around them had caved in, and even the accommodation quarters they were provided with had become collateral damage. Gustav and Vilax were the only ones floating behind, barely fazed by the ongoing destruction. Vilax couldn't believe his eyes as he stared at Endrick's, doing with a look of complete bewilderment. "He is going to destroy the planet." Vilax yelled with a guilty expression. "Relax, just let him do his thing." Gustav's arms were folded the entire time as he stared at Endrik up ahead, who was also floating midair. Endrik made a circular motion with his left hand, and multiple layers of telekinetic floors appeared beneath the large piece of land. After a few seconds, he released his grip on the small city-sized piece of land and let it rest on the layers of telekinetic floors he conjured. Immediately afterward, a bright gleam was emitted from the middle of his forehead as he sent his telekinetic energy across the entire planet once more. Universal merge. His voice boomed powerfully as he slowly brought his palms together. A barely noticeable silvery glow wrapped around the planet, and the rumbling suddenly stopped. The glow pushed the planet together, and the separated areas on the ground started to merge. A few seconds later, only crack lines could be spotted on the ground. The holes had been completely closed up, and land became accessible once more. The jaws of every single person besides Gustav had nearly dropped to the ground at that point. They stared at Endrik like he was an abominable monster as he slowly descended from midair. Endrik retracted his energy, while the glow in his eyes and the middle of his forehead slowly dimmed. "There it is," he pointed at the massive piece of land in the sky with multiple structures on it. "You know, we could have just found a way to head underground instead of all this, right?" Gustav said while Endrik approached. "True, but this is faster," Endrik responded. Everyone around was still awestruck, while Gustav was chatting with Endrik like he didn't just perform a monstrous act. They had no idea that Gustav had witnessed Endrik perform a similar feat more than 9 months ago on the third disk of planet Osius. Planet Osius' third disk was even larger than the entire Vitricite planets and Earths, so there was no doubt that Endrik would be able to merge the planet back together. "You sensed it, right?" Gustav questioned while looking up at the platform. Endrik nodded. "That is why I pulled it out." "Sense what?" Cersei questioned while approaching the others. "There's someone or something up there," Vilax answered the question. "Considering how large the entire piece is, we will have to get closer to that someone or something for the scroll to react if that person is sea-filing," Ozark pointed out. "Then let's get close," Gustav stated while grabbing Ozark. He lowered his knees a little before pushing off the ground with powerful force. Fwumsh, he ascended into the air with incredible speed as they flew in the direction of the massive platform above. Fwai, the others weren't too far behind as they leaped upwards as well. Only Endrik used a telekinetic board, so he could bring Cersei with him. The moment they landed atop the platform, what appeared in their line of sight was a line-up of oddly shaped statues that had weird, powder-like plants wrapped around them. There were more plants haphazardly strewn across the vicinity, and one could see that they emitted strange mist. Gustav assumed this mist was poisonous. Far up ahead, one could see the outline of building structures that looked R-shaped. Gustav could sense that the person who was there was within one of those buildings in the distance. However, the scroll still couldn't pick anything up since it was more than a mile away. Since the platform was as large as a small city, it covered a radius of more than 12 miles. They needed to get closer. "Be careful," Gustav cautioned while hinting at the odd-looking plants up ahead. He grabbed Ozark and lunged forward once more. With Gustav's speed, he could undoubtedly cross the necessary distance in an instant, and this was what he proceeded to do. "Swiwe, Gustav sensed something a few milliseconds before he arrived at the area of the R-shaped building structure. Twihai, an incredibly fast black line streaked across the air and disappeared into the distance, right before they closed on the areas with the building structure. The moment Gustav touched down, he realized they weren't able to get within a 1-mile proximity to the presence he sensed initially, because the fast black line that streaked away was the presence. "Damn it, we weren't able to confirm if that was sea-filing or not," Gustav yelled to the others who had just arrived behind him. "Chase!" he shouted before dashing forward once more. "Hover has been activated." Thwoosh, with Ozark in his grasp, he sped across the air very quickly. Endrick reacted quickly enough to follow a few feet behind, while the others were lagging by more than hundreds of feet in just a couple of seconds. "You forgot me!" Cersei raised her arms in defeat as she stared in the direction of their vanishing figures. She wasn't quick enough to join them in the chase, so she would have no other option but to wait till they returned. Thwoosh up ahead, Gustav's figure cut across the sky at a tremendous speed, leaving the falling cotton-like ash in slow motion from his line of sight. No one could be seen from this distance except for Endrick and Vilax behind, but Gustav could very much sense the presence drifting across the dim sky. So fast it might be him, Gustav thought out loud as he increased his speed. Chapter 1383, Outer Space Pursuit. So fast it might actually be him, Gustav thought out loud as he increased his speed. Tuhush, God Eyes, has been activated. While the presence wasn't in his line of sight due to the 20,000 feet distance between them, there was no way it would be able to escape God Eyes. Gustav's point of view turned red as his sight zoomed across thousands of feet in an instant. "What the hell?" he exclaimed in disbelief. What was in his line of sight looked like an all-black metallic head that was the size of an adult being. Gustav couldn't give meaning to what he was staring at, but he also couldn't stop chasing. "Faster!" Gustav beckoned to the others behind as he pushed his speed further. So they were moving at such an incredible speed that in just a couple of seconds they had already circled the entire planet. Gustav noticed that he had only closed the gap between himself and the giant black metallic head by only a few hundred feet. He needed to close the distance between them by at least 15,000 feet more for the scroll to be functional. The speed of the head-shaped being was pretty much his highest regular speed. Gustav knew at that point that he needed to stop holding back with his speed. Dark wings sprouted out of his back as he kept Ojark in a position where the wind would not harm her due to his immense speed. Through Gustav's figure streaked forward at an even crazier pace, leaving Endrick and Vilax far behind in just an instant. He was beginning to close in on the massive metallic black head as a dark streak could be spotted far into the horizon. 10,000 feet, 9,000 feet, 8,000 feet, 7,000 feet, 6,000 feet. Gustav closed in a proximity of 5,000 feet extra within 5 seconds, whereas they had made a full rotation around Vitrix planet 3 times within this time frame. Just 900 feet more. Gustav willed himself to increase his pace as they closed in on the speed of light. "Huh," Gustav exclaimed as the black streak suddenly began gaining on him. To whoosh, its speed shot up out of the blue, and the distance Gustav had closed in started to lengthen again. Gustav's eyes squinted as he decided that this had gone on for too long. Why, he suddenly came to a stop in midair and looked around. "What are you doing?" Ojark was stupefied by the sudden pause. "Based on the flight trajectory of our multiple circulations around the planet, the next location he will speed past will be..." Gustav turned to stare at his 10 o'clock. Lightning Blitz has been activated. Gustav suddenly transformed into a streak of lightning, dragging Ojark along with him as they crossed a distance of more than 1,000 miles in an instant. Bang! The moment they reappeared in this part of the planet, Gustav reached out his right hand, catching a cauldron-sized head. A burst of energy spread across the vicinity upon collision as Gustav proceeded to hold it in place with immense strength. "Unhammy fell specie," an automated voice wafted out from the black, metallic, cauldron-shaped head. "He isn't sea-filing, is he?" Gustav questioned with a tone of disappointment. "No, he isn't," Ojark answered while holding the scroll out. Gustav's eyes squinted in suspicion. It looked like all of that chasing had been for nothing. Gustav still didn't know what he was staring at. The dark, cauldron-sized head before him couldn't be seen through with God eyes, which meant it wasn't in any way ordinary. Endrick and Vilax arrived on the scene in the next instant with alternating gazes. What were they staring at there? They honestly had no idea. Arms suddenly phased out of the sides of the massive metallic cauldron-shaped head being. However, before it could attack Gustav, a surge of telekinetic energy spread from Endrick's figure. Pa! With a snap of his fingers, invisible walls appeared around the head, boxing it in. The massive cauldron-sized head was immediately trapped in. Bang! 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 Release me! The automated voice rang out again, but Gustav only stared at it with a disturbed expression. It didn't seem very powerful, yet it was extremely fast. Gustav's suspicion and curiosity piqued. If this wasn't C-filing, then why did it run? How did it specifically keep a distance of more than a mile from them? Almost like it knew what they were up to. Something is fishy, Gustav muttered. What are you? Gustav questioned with a dubious look. P.O. The automated voice wafted out from the head once more. What? Gustav couldn't help but voice in confusion. Gustav, we have a problem. Ozark suddenly called out in panic. What is it? Gustav inquired. The dot. It is gone, she said while placing the scroll before Gustav. Gustav took a glance at it and realized that it was truly gone. The glowing that displayed C-filing location on this planet had vanished. It was here just a few moments ago, Ozark voiced while showing Vilax and Endrick as well. If it was here just a moment ago, then that means he just left. Gustav's eyes turned focused as he stared into the sky. He didn't feel any presence leaving the planet. Gustav knew how powerful his perception was. Despite not being able to search every nook and cranny underground with it, there was no way he would miss anyone leaving the planet since it was on the surface. This could only mean one thing. C-filing was never on the planet. Gustav's revelation shook them as they came to a realization. Lightning Blitz has been activated. Fyway! Gustav's figure suddenly turned into a lightning streak that ascended to outer space in less than a second. He didn't even let his figure float in place for even a moment, before spreading his perception out once more. He suddenly turned towards the right as he sensed a fluctuation in space. Mental transmission has been activated. Get the spacecraft and follow. I'm going after him before he gets away. Gustav hastily communicated with Endrick internally as he turned into another lightning streak. Lightning Blitz has been activated. 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 In just a second, Gustav had activated Lightning Blitz 7 times, causing him to cross a distance of more than 70 million feet in one go. Lightning Blitz went into cooldown mode, and Gustav retracted his wings since they were useless in space. He pushed himself to the furthest he could without any transformation, heading further and further away from the Vitrocytes, planet behind. He couldn't see what he was chasing, but all he could say was, whatever it was, they were headed in that direction and hadn't changed trajectory. The good news was, despite not being visible, he could sense the ripples in space, so he knew exactly which direction to head in the meantime. The bad news was that the target was starting to reach the edges of his perception since he wasn't fast enough, which meant he would be losing them soon. Thwaihe, a pentagon-shaped light, suddenly appeared in view behind Gustav. Immediately after Gustav sensed this, he swerved towards the side. The massive 3-story building-sized spacecraft blitzed past, and Gustav's figure vanished from view. Within the spacecraft, Gustav stood before everyone in the control room with an expression of urgency. We might need to jump a little to arrive at where he is, Gustav said with a tone of certainty. The spacecraft radar still isn't picking up on it. No detection at all, Endrick said from the side with a disturbed tone. That's exactly how we missed him the last time. Gustav explained to the others that C-filing had been floating in outer space the whole time. The scroll detected that he was still in range of the planet, but at the time they didn't think that being in range also included outer space around the planet. Not to mention that the spacecraft would have detected another in space since they hovered above the planet for a bit before descending. It just turned out that C-filing was camouflaged, which was why he couldn't be detected despite his presence up here in the last couple of days. The camouflage also had to be the highest Gustav had ever come across, since even he couldn't properly sense it. The only reason he knew the direction Sea-Filing was fleeing was due to the ripples in space. The spacecraft Sea-Filing was fleeing and was no doubt undetectable, but Gustav's perception could still read the fluctuations in space due to its movement. Jumping now. Endrick voiced while tapping the control panels. Everyone strapped in as their eyes remained focused on the endless darkness of space up ahead. The spacecraft suddenly jolted forward with indescribable speed, causing the space around them to contrast and turn into lines of light right before their very eyes. Chapter 1380. For the space vessel, the spacecraft suddenly jolted forward with indescribable speed, causing the space around them to contrast and turn into lines of light right before their very eyes. Zin, they reappeared further ahead, and what appeared in their line of sight caused their jaws to drop. What in the world is that spacecraft? Mylox voiced in bewilderment. Everyone was just in disbelief as well. What they were staring at was so incredibly gigantic that it made their spacecraft look like an ant flying beside an elephant. Their spacecraft was massive, but this one was gargantuan. Why does it look like you? Cersei asked the metallic, black, head-like creature in their midst. Yuhihi, foolish low-life species, you have stumbled upon my master's vessel. P.O. stated with a laughter of ridicule. P.O. had been kept in bondage by Endrick while they were boarding the spacecraft. From what everyone could see, the massive spacecraft beside them was structured just like P.O. Fully black metallic head, but was almost a quarter the size of the Earth. It was so alarming that such a massive spacecraft had been hovering above the Vitricites planet the entire time, and none of them were aware. What troubled Gustav at that moment, however, wasn't the size of the vessel. Why did it stop being undetectable? He questioned with a low and wary tone. That is because Master knows of your pursuit. He is about to welcome you fools, P.O. stated with a condescending tone. Welcome us. What do you mean by that? Ojark and Vilax questioned simultaneously. Yoo-hoo, P.O. laughed in response. Gustav had a feeling of foreboding as he pulled a lever-like control on the panel and their spacecraft began to ascend. He wanted to get atop the massive head-shaped vessel. All of a sudden, a part in the left area of the massive vessel suddenly retracted and emitted a blinding blue glow. A great force of attraction tugged at their spacecraft upon the appearance of this burst of light, and they instantly got pulled towards the light before any of them could react. Sinin, the entire spacecraft vanished in the next moment, and they found themselves inside a space of white light. As the light reduced, they realized they were in an entirely different location. They were no longer in outer space. They were in a field of sorts, a crop field that dazzled with an array of plants and greenery. As scarlet rays kissed the ground, a symphony of colors and textures unfolded before their eyes. Rows upon rows of tall, swaying cornstalks stood firm, their vibrant green leaves rustling in harmony with the gentle breeze. They reached for the sky in a confident display of their strength and resilience. Further into the field, the vicinity was adorned with a sea of blooming flowers. Their radiant petals beamed with an undeniable confidence that captured the very essence of nature's beauty. What just happened? Mylox questioned with a befuddled tone. If I were to guess, I'd say we're inside of Sea-Filing's space vessel, Gustav muttered while squinting. The raunchy lowlife is correct. You are inside of my master's vessel, P.O. answered. I will break your teeth if you don't learn how to speak with respect, Mylox voiced while tightening his fingers. I only respect my master. All others are low lives compared to him, P.O. stated with pride. You damn, he knows we are here, Gustav chimed in before Mylox could complete his sentence. Of course he does. He let you pathetic bunch in, P.O. answered. Then what is he playing at? He didn't want us to find him initially, and suddenly he stops hiding? Gustav voiced with a disturbed tone. Could we be inside his famed universe? Vilax wondered out loud while looking around. We are not, Gustav immediately answered. Remember the saying of how anyone who gets pulled into his universe turns to his slaves. Endrik said from the side, Do you feel reverence, or do you feel compelled to serve him? Gustav added. Their faces lit up with looks of realization. They still had their will in check, especially since they were questioning everything in sight at the moment. The question that remained was, why this place existed within the space vessel. If Sea-Filing already had his universe, where he kept species from all across the universe, then what was the point of building this place? Very smart. You seem to be living up to expectations. Gustav Crimson. Endrik Oslov. A loud voice suddenly rang out, causing them to look up in shock. Sea-Filing. Gustav stated with a tone of realization. Yes, it is I. The same loud voice reverberated loudly across the space. How can he hear us speak? We are still within the spacecraft. Mylox had a look of confoundment as he questioned. I can see and hear every nook and cranny of my vessel. It turned out that no matter where they found themselves within the space vessel, Sea-Filing would always be able to see and hear them. That explains it, Gustav said while turning around. Mental transmission has been activated. From now on we only communicate through mind channels, Gustav said to the others internally. The Osis were instantly taken aback the moment they heard Gustav's voice within their minds. You can use telepathy too? Vilax questioned with a strong look of disbelief on his face. It isn't telepathy. This ability just happens to come with perks like this, Gustav answered. Now back to the matter at hand. Since Sea-Filing let us in instead of trying to destroy us, he must be up to something. I am guessing that he already knows why we are here, Gustav added. But what could be his motive? Ozark questioned. We are about to find out, Gustav responded while stepping out of the spacecraft. I am sure you know why we are here, so why did you bring us in? Gustav asked out loud. Quick thinking. Earth is one of the locations I have been unable to take species from due to the unbreachable barrier. Not to mention that almost every mixed blood who leaves the planet is always well protected or incredibly powerful, so it makes my quest even more difficult. Since I do not have any Earthling in Zonpaktu, it makes no sense for two Earthlings to come after me, especially if one of them is a universal fugitive. Sea-Filing's voice rang out once more. I see. You figured it out due to the companions with us, Gustav voiced in understanding. I did. I cannot forget the number of those species that fell into my lap. They are tireless workers. Thank you for bringing more to my doorstep. One could hear a subtle chuckle after Sea-Filing finished speaking. He didn't have to mention it, but Gustav could tell that Sea-Filing must have attended ISOP. That is the only logical explanation as to how he acquired several Osis. Recalling the case of Axeler, Gustav knew well that infiltrating planet Osius during the period of ISOP wasn't an impossible task. You vile roach! Give us back our people! Mylox suddenly yelled with a look of anguish. This one will work even better than the others, since he has this much energy, Sea-Filing cackled loudly in response. You. Vilax quickly raised his hand to stop Mylox before he could blow his top off. You knew we came here to get our people back and let us in regardless. You didn't send us immediately into your whatever universe to become slaves. So what is the play here? Vilax inquired with loudly. 2 words. Entertainment, Sea-Filing stated. That was just one word. Cersei voiced from the side with a tone of confusion. It is whatever I say it is within my vessel, Sea-Filing snapped. Whatever you say, weird guy. Cersei jogged towards Gustav with an unbothered look. Sea-Filing was speechless for a bit before resuming. To get your people back, you have one option. Find and convince me to release them, Sea-Filing stated. And what if we fail to convince you? Ozark questioned. You join the rest of your people, Sea-Filing responded bluntly. The Osis, gulped saliva in fear after hearing that. Was sea filing so powerful that they couldn't do anything besides grovel to beg for the freedom of their people? Not to mention that if they failed to do a convincing enough job, they'd become slaves themselves. I think you forgot the second option, Endrick voiced from the side. We find you, beat your ass, and make you free them, Endrick stated with a nefarious tone. How interesting. Such confidence has me anticipating, Sea Filing voiced, intrigued. However, I wish not for Gustav Crimson and yourself to participate in this venture. It would be such a shame to end the tale of two such prominent characters with great talent. Sea Filing had a tone of adoration as he spoke. They still have over a day left, so nah, Gustav responded with a disinterested tone. He was still counting the days. Chapter 1385, Unexpected Separation. They still have over a day left, so nah, Gustav responded with a disinterested tone. Sea Filing did not completely understand what he meant, but he could tell that the statement meant that Gustav and Endrick weren't willing to step down. How unfortunate. How will you help them if you are not together? Sea Filing questioned. What do you mean by? Before Mylox could get to complete any sentence, he suddenly noticed that everyone had vanished from sight. What in the world is this again? Where is everyone? He wondered out loud with a look of frustration. Unfortunately, there was no answer, as he was the only one present in this location with the spacecraft. Even the cauldron-sized head they had taken captive was nowhere to be found as well. Could he have separated us? Mylox's eyes widened as he came to a realization. Ozark found herself standing on a rocky ledge, surrounded by an otherworldly landscape. Large boulders of various shapes and sizes dotted the terrain, their rough surfaces shimmering under the pale glow of artificial lighting emanating from above. It seemed as if she had stumbled upon a hidden chamber of sorts. As her eyes adjusted to the eerie illumination, Ozark noticed that the rocks were not merely stationary objects, but rather a mesmerizing dance of colors and patterns. Some stones glowed with soft iridescent light, while others pulsated in vibrant hues. The tranquil ambience of this mysterious place washed over Ozark, filling her with a sense of wonder. Hello, everyone. She yelled, but there was no answer. Where am I? Where did everyone go? She cautiously stepped down from the ledge, her curiosity driving her deeper into the space. With every step, the rocks beneath her feet seemed to respond, changing their hues and patterns to match her movements. It was as if the rocks themselves were alive, harmonizing with her presence. Both beautiful and eerie at the same time, but I must not forget why I am here. Ozark slapped herself gently to pull herself out of the shimmering delights that seemed to dull her senses. How do I get out of here? Ozark wondered after walking for a while without seeing any other thing than boulders and shining rocks around. At this point, she knew she was still within Sea Filing's space vessel, but understood that she had been separated from the others. He can do this too? The separation had taken them completely by surprise, and now she didn't know how to get to the others. She still maintained speaking in her mind because it had been established that Sea Filing could see and hear every location within his space vessel. Unfortunately, the mind link Gustav initially created for them to communicate through had most likely been deactivated or was out of range, since she couldn't hear the others. Ozark paused her movement and jumped to the top of a shimmering boulder so she could have a better visual of what lay ahead. Separation? Vilax voiced his surprise while looking around. He also happened to be in an unknown location. In the heart of this enigmatic realm, one could find a series of water bodies scattered about, reflecting the rays of an unseen sun. These bodies of water varied in size and shape, some shallow and others deep, but all possessed a peculiar quality. Their depths were home to an array of lush vegetation and a sparse lineup of weird-looking trees. These trees, with their gnarled branches and twisted forms, appeared as if they were dancing underwater. their leaves swaying in a silent rhythm known only to the depths. But this wasn't all. Some trees could be spotted protruding from the surface of these water bodies. It turned out that some of them grew long enough to poke their top through the surfaces, making the location look even more eerie. Vilex's senses were instantly captivated by the sight before him. The air felt charged with a tingling energy. With each step taken closer to the water bodies, the enchantment seemed to grow stronger, urging them to explore further. Vilex approached the nearest water body, cautiously reaching out to dip his hand into the cool, crystalline liquid. To his astonishment, the trees beneath the surface seemed to come alive. Their branches swiftly reached out. Swahii, a sharp blade of frost suddenly swept across the air, slicing a huge chunk of the branch before it could reach Vilex. "What are you doing?" "Don't touch it!" Circe had appeared out of nowhere to drag Vilex away. Scree-I-thigh, loud screeches rang out as more branches began to shoot out of the water bodies nearby, chasing the two fleeing figures. "Circe, how are you here too?" Vilex questioned with a tone of confusion as he kept getting pulled away. "Run first, chat later," Circe stated. Vilex nodded, and they kept running as fast as their legs could carry them. Soon they were out of range for the branches to reach. Although the environment was filled with more weird-looking water bodies, they seemed tranquil compared to the ones behind. Vilex guessed he must have triggered their reaction by dipping his hand into one of them. He decided to avoid the water bodies from thereafter. He still had a mixture of curiosity and wariness on his face because of how the trees growing out of the water bodies looked. The branches of each tree were adorned with peculiar fruits and shimmering foliage that seemed to glow with a soft, ethereal light. As curious as he was, he wouldn't go near the water bodies anymore, so the mysteries of the glowing fruits would remain uncovered. However, he could sense strange energy within them. "How did you know not to touch the waters?" Vilex questioned as he and Circe continued trekking north. "I can sense something alive at the bottom of every water," Circe answered. "Thank you," Vilex said in appreciation. Although he felt he could have handled that himself, he was still grateful. "You are welcome. Let us find Gustav and the others," Circe voiced in response. Vilex's eyes lit up with suspicion, but he kept walking as well. Endrick opened his eyes and was greeted with an unexpected sight. Before him stood mountains that defied the laws of gravity. They floated sideways and upside down. These majestic peaks hung suspended in the peculiar space, casting eerie shadows upon the land. But that was not all. As Endrick looked down, he discovered that the ground beneath their feet was no ordinary land. It glowed with a vibrant light, painting the grassland with shades of ethereal green. Each step they took sent ripples of luminescence through the air, creating a dance of illumination around his path. However, despite the bewilderment that could easily overwhelm any person, Endrick stood tall and confident. "Oh, I see," Endrick muttered while his forehead emitted a glow. As Endrick kept stepping forward, he soon realized that even though the surroundings were unconventional and disorienting, there was a strange sense of harmony in the extraordinary world. Whispers of enchantment filled the air, urging him to delve into the heart of the mysterious realm. With each passing moment, his senses became heightened and their awareness sharpened. The location may have seemed beautiful, but he could tell that it was more of a prison. There was no telling what he would find here. "Are you that frightened of my brother and I helping the Osis?" Endrick voiced out loud after pausing his steps. Unfortunately, there was no answer even after he stood in place for more than a couple of seconds. "I guess he doesn't easily get triggered. Anyways, I need to get out of here," Endrick said internally while taking steps forward. "It is sealed," Husarius answered internally. "Not for long. He must have taken the others to different places as well. This might get troublesome," Endrick thought while his eyes emitted a silvery blue glow. Fwish! He charged forward in the next instant. Within an endless expanse of darkness, a being stood still, exuding an aura of might and exuberance. You should know better than to use such cheap tricks on me. Although it might take a little while, I will certainly get out of this. Gustav's voice boomed loudly, causing the place to quake. Just like the situation with Endrick, there was no answer. Gustav smiled before stepping forward. Wings sprouted out of his back, and he proceeded to lunge forward with incredible speed. Fumsh, an indescribable force of energy, blasted across his surroundings as he left a visible line in this expanse of darkness. Gustav was moving with such an incredible speed, yet it looked like he wasn't moving at all due to the darkness all around. Minutes into flying, Gustav began to slow down and finally stopped to land somewhere. With that speed, I would have gone round the earth a couple of times. Gustav knew that despite the immense size of Sea-Filing's space vessel, it wasn't as large as the entire Earth, so there had to be another explanation for what was going on. Chapter 1386, Come and Find Mia, I See, Space Expansion. Gustav came to a sudden realization. I thought you'd never figure it out, the system voiced internally. I was contemplating on what type it might be. I just figured out that the faster I go, the larger the expansion of this domain. Gustav responded internally. Bullseye. So automatically the space contracts the slower I move, then I will most definitely be able to reach the end of it. Gustav concluded internally and began walking forward. He knew this would take some time, but it was now guaranteed that he would get out of this space. It would seem Sea-Filing wanted to trap Gustav here for longer, which made him wonder exactly what Sea-Filing's plans were. Gustav's steps were like running. With every little movement, he would cross a distance of more than 100 feet. Gustav felt Sea-Filing must have sent him to this space with an estimation of his speed in mind. He would have continued flying for a very long time if he hadn't figured it out. Since the space started to shrink, my perception has breached other locations within the space vessel. Time to reactivate the mental link, Gustav said internally. Mental link has been activated. Gustav sent his perception to the furthest reaches he was currently capable of due to the effects of the space. He was finally able to sense a couple of familiar movements after a while. Some were a couple of levels below him, while some were at the corners of his perception. Can you guys hear me? Gustav resumed, speaking internally. Gustav? Is that you, Gustav? Gustav heard two familiar voices respond to him through the mind link first. Ozark. Mylox, are you two okay? Gustav questioned. I think so, Ozark replied with a tone of uncertainty. I have been trapped in this place for hours. I don't think it has an end, Ozark voiced as well. Yeah, Sea-Filing has some space expansion tech installed in his space vessel, Gustav pointed out. That explains why I wasn't able to leave even after moving around for hours. Ozark had a tone of realization as she spoke. You guys can also redirect energy and make it yours, right? Gustav questioned. We can. Both of them answered simultaneously. Then find where the space expansion machine is installed, corrupt its energy, and shrink the space so you too can find a way out, Gustav stated. It will take days if you keep trying to leave through conventional means. To make matters worse, we don't know how the others are faring as well, Gustav added. But how do we find it if the space keeps expanding? That naturally makes it more difficult to locate, Ozark questioned with a bothered tone. That should be simple. Retrace the energy, roots from the ground. The space expansion machine should give off little streams of energy, barely noticeable, but with your abilities, all you two need to do is separate them and find the right stream. Follow it to the center. I am 100% sure I am installed on the floor somewhere there. Gustav explained in the best way he possibly could at that moment. Is that what you're doing too? Ozark questioned. I am not like you guys. I can't corrupt energy, like you, or make it mine even though I can sense it. The best way for me to get out of here would be for me to move as slowly as possible while following the whips. If I come across the location of the machine installation before I reach the exit, then I will certainly destroy it, Gustav responded. He certainly couldn't risk going fast at that moment. However, he had other plans. Ojark and Mylox decided to do as Gustav instructed. While they were busy up there, Gustav was slowly sapping energy out of the space. Walking had truly made the space contrast, but imagine having to walk the distance it would take to circulate a planet. Even at his current walking pace, it would take days, and he didn't have days. Increasing his pace was out of the equation, so other options had to be considered. Currently, there was a spherical, invisible orb floating around Gustav. Even C-Filing was unaware that Gustav was currently sapping energy out of the space. The space expansion machine installed there was getting weaker by the second, making the space contrast at a much faster rate. 3 hours. Gustav muttered. Endrik stood atop a summit positioned sideways across the air. He stared deep into the unknown space. He found himself with a slight expression of admiration. Doing this to someone with abilities like mine was your first undoing. I already found a way out, Endrik muttered with an unbothered tone. Even if you did find a way out, do you think you can get to the Osis before they meet their fate? C-Filing's voice rang out vibrantly across the space. You finally spoke. Looks like I got one thing correct. Endrik bore a straight look while responding. Ha ha ha, Endrik Oslov. You pique my interest even more than your fugitive brother. C-Filing voiced once more. I can't say the same. I have no interest in people who abduct species against their will. Endrik shook his head with a disinterested look. I am a sovereign of balance. As such, I must make sure to preserve the species of the cosmos, regardless of the method at my disposal. Nah, don't act like you're not doing this for your selfish gains. Endrik folded his arms while peering into the distance with a look of conviction. Selfish gains, yes, but that is not all there is to this. Endrik Oslov. A young lad like you cannot understand the purpose that I am burdened with, but I shall try to enlighten you, C-Filing stated powerfully. The universe is fated for destruction, but guess what will remain when that comes to pass? He paused for a bit before resuming. My vessel and I, when the universe does meet its end, I would have gathered extraterrestrial species from all across the universe. Even when quintillions meet their end, the species of the universe will be preserved because of this so-called selfishness you so proclaim upon me. If it is a sin to choose the preservation of universal species over moral ambiguities, then by all means I will remain a sinner, C-Filing finished explaining with a tone of justification. Why not try to save the universe from destruction instead of imprisoning species against their will to create a whole new world? Endrik questioned with a logical look. Because the universe will bring this destruction upon itself, no matter what hand I try to play in it. And so I picked the less humorous option. You don't know that. Endrik shook his head once more. I am the only one who knows that. This universe is doomed. Why does he seem so certain? Does he know about that? Endrik wondered internally. Join me, Endrik Oslov. With someone of your caliber on my side, collection of species will be a lot easier and faster. No, it would be a contradiction to my existence if I were to join in such a venture. While I do understand you, it isn't too late to stop. Nothing can put a stop to what I have started. You either become a part of it or you steer clear of my path. If not, it won't end well for you and your brother. Seek help you needed to treat your narcissism, Endrik answered with a tone of pity before blinking. His entire figure suddenly vanished, and he reappeared at the edge of the space that seemed to be rupturing before his very eyes. The mountain before him stretched out like rubber, almost like the surroundings were trying to get away from Endrik. It was like time had paused at this moment as Endrik reached out his arm and thrust 2 fingers forward while emitting great telekinetic force from his being. A hole was poked through the expanding mountain and space around him, displaying a searing darkness within. Endrik blinked once more, and his figure vanished through the hole while the surroundings began to repair itself immediately after he disappeared. Endrik found himself in a passageway that began to light up the moment he appeared within it. Clunk, clunk, clunk. I'm finally out, he voiced with a tone of relief as he looked around. Then come and find me. Seafiling's voice had a tinge of playfulness as he stated. I intend to do that, Endrick responded while peering into the distance. Swahai, loud whizzing sounds rang out, and all of a sudden, massive, black, metallic-looking heads appeared before Endrick with light bolts gathering in the middle of their foreheads. Pah! Endrick instantly snapped his fingers the moment he noticed them, causing a telekinetic barrier to appear before him. Bang! 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 More of these things. Chapter 1387, Exploring the Vessels. More of these things? Endrick had a slightly surprised expression as he channeled his telekinesis and drove an attack forward with intensity. Bang! 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 Loud clashes rang out vibrantly, causing the space around to quake intensely. The water bodies around, with odd-looking trees sprouting out of them, rippled immensely and even burst into the air at certain times. I knew you weren't Circe. A familiar voice rang out as a brownish-headed being with long antennae thrust his insect-like fingers forward. A bunch of dark arrows swam across the barks of the weird-looking trees around, and in the next instant branches swung at the being in midair who had the same appearance as Circe. The being then reached out to grab the branches, which had turned into long whips. You will join the rest of your kind in becoming slaves of my master, the fake Circe yelled while pulling the whip-like branches forcefully. 2 trees got pulled from their roots out of the water bodies as the fake Circe descended and spun with intensity. The uprooted trees were flung in Vilex's direction, and since they lost energy after getting uprooted, he couldn't control them anymore. Before they could reach him, he leaped upwards and swirled his fingers in an enthralling format. More trees around that had dark arrows swimming across their bodies reacted to his movement. They lashed out at the fake Circe once more, giving her more than a couple of whip-like branches to evade and counter. Her arms were like blades as she hacked forward and sideways with intensity, cleaving one branch after the other. However, the branches were starting to become too many for her to handle, since Vilax was moving around to corrupt more trees with his energy. As the fake Circe got surrounded by whip-like branches, roots, and vines, she madly hacked away nonstop. Unfortunately for her, Vilax appeared from her blind spot and thrust his fingers at her spine area. Bam! The moment contact was made, she got sent flying with intensity. Vilax didn't stop there and thrust his finger out once more, causing the trees in the vicinity to move. Twack! They slammed into her midair, causing her to fall heavily on the ground as dark marks spread across one side of her body. Vilax had a look of annoyance as he stared in the direction fake Circe was sent flying in. More whip-like branches reached out to her and wrapped themselves around her body before proceeding to lift her. Tell me how to get my people out, he questioned with an intimidating tone. Only the master can do that. You will never get your people out. Aha, you will join them. The fake Circe responded with a tone of ridicule. Tell me how to get them out, Vilax said with a triggered tone while willing the branches to wrap around her frame tighter. At that point, the fake Circe was turning completely darkened. Her blue hair was long gone and her eyes had sunken. Her figure was starting to bear semblance to that of a skeletal look without any flesh. Yoo-hee-ha-ha! A weird, shrill laughter continuously rang out from her vocal cords till she completely turned into a pile of black sand. Vilax watched as the fake Circe disintegrated into dark ash and scattered across the vicinity. Damn it! Vilax was unsatisfied with how things turned out. The being that had just disintegrated was someone who served Seafiling and tried to lure Vilax into a trap. From the start, he had been suspicious that it wasn't the real Circe because of how she acted as soon as they met. She seemed to be knowledgeable about the place, which was very suspicious since it was supposed to be their first time being there. Although she tried to play it off as going through the same experience and saving herself, Vilax still found it odd. She also called Gustav instead of the usual title she gave him, Father. What she termed as heading out of space to find the others was an entry point to C-Filing's universe, which he called Zanpaktu. One thing Vilax knew was that if he had gone in that way, he would have instantly become a slave to C-Filing, which was why he had tried to get information out of the being that he had just disintegrated on how to get his people out without getting turned into a slave himself. I shall mark this location with my corruption. I need to find the others and tell them that there is a link to C-Filing's universe on this floor. Vilax swiftly made his way forward with this thought in mind. There you are, Gustav muttered with a smirk as he arrived in an unknown region within the endless terrain of darkness. It looked like there was nothing there, but only Gustav knew exactly what he was looking at as he stood in place with his eyes emitting a mixture of crimson and golden glow. He pointed his index finger at the ground, and a milky, circular glow appeared before it. Be careful not to cause the entire vessel to come crashing down. We still don't know if C-Filing's universe is powered by the vessel, so don't end up slaughtering millions by mistake. The system warned internally. I know what I am doing, Gustav responded before shooting the milky-colored energy downwards. 2. It tore through the dark ground, leaving a door-sized hole within it. The space around suddenly began to let out a loud whirl as the darkness began to shrink. Gustav stood in place for a few seconds as the wind blew around and space quivered. Time to go, he voiced before stepping forward. Whoosh, he vanished from sight instantly, and what came next was a loud blast as a massive hole pierced through a wall at the end of the darkness. Gustav arrived at a pathway. The pathway itself was a sight to behold. It shimmered with a soft, otherworldly light, guiding the way for Gustav, who maintained a look of indifference. Its surface was smooth and polished, like the finest marble, reflecting the lights from the walls and ceiling of the pathway. Gustav could finally feel it with his perception, the vessel drifting through the emptiness of space. Gustav began stepping forward confidently. He could sense the towering set of double doors ahead. Unlike Endrick's situation, which he was unaware of, he didn't encounter any hindrance as he arrived before the set of doors. Without hesitation, he pushed them open, revealing a chamber that defied comprehension. Stretching out before them was a panoramic view of distant stars and celestial wonders, an awe-inspiring panorama that transcended imagination. Another built space, but without the space expansion machine installed. Gustav was starting to wonder what the essence of these spaces was, since they weren't built to contain the species C-Filing abducted. Or did he just build them for fun? The silence within the spacecraft was deafening. The absence of sound troubled Gustav because he was sure that C-Filing would be aware that he already escaped the dark space. Since C-Filing knew, why hadn't he sent anyone after him? What was he playing at? Time seemed to be simultaneously suspended and fleeting as Gustav walked further into this space. The only thing of significance he noticed was a silver clock of sorts floating in this depiction of the cosmos. Gustav had a suspicious expression, but this wasn't the time to start inspecting every random thing he came across. Time was ticking. He needed to find the others. Gustav arrived at the end of the space and exited. He once more found himself in another pathway that bore semblance to the prior one. This one seemed longer than the previous one, so Gustav dashed forward, arriving at the end in an instant. The pathway led him to another vast chamber bathed in warm, golden light. In the center stood a magnificent control console, adorned with holographic displays and blinking lights. It hummed with the energy of 1,000 stars. Control room, Gustav muttered as he spotted multiple heads flying around. These black metallic heads looked exactly like P.O., but they had arms that they used in taking care of things around here. If C-Filing knows I am out, there's no way he would let me stumble upon a control room unless it isn't a control room. Gustav hid his presence and instantly moved to the side. The beings were unable to sense him as he observed their movements to and fro. His eyes, which were darting across the place, suddenly stumbled upon one of the holographic footage. Is that? Gustav's sight zoomed in on it as it displayed footage of a view from an extended height. Gustav could see a bunch of creatures moving about an area laboring. They all seemed to be under a scarlet sky as they moved back and forth dutifully. Soon Gustav noticed the periphery of the footage display another lineup of beings who were an entirely different species from the ones taking most of the view on the holographic display. Zanpakutu. Chapter 1388, Locating the Ozus. Gustav noticed the periphery of the footage displayed another lineup of beings who were an entirely different species from the ones taking most of the view on the holographic display. Zanpakutu, Gustav said internally while squinting his eyes. From the looks of things, these giant-headed beings were keeping an eye on C-Filing's universe. As he inspected them, theories appeared in Gustav's mind. Zanpakutu is linked to the spacecraft, which is why there is a control room for it. This confirms our suspicions about C-Filing not having the universe constructed with his abilities, like how Endrick can bring his universe into physical existence, but is it powered by the space vessel or something else? It looks like it exists within the spacecraft, but I can't sense its location with my perception. If it was truly a control room for the Zanpakutu, maybe he could find a way to gain access to it. Gustav completely concealed his presence by stamping an invisibility button on his forehead and also activating cognitive concealment to make sure every bit of him was hidden. He proceeded to walk in and look around the place. It was fairly large, with the cauldron-sized headed beings all attending to one task or the other within the space. It didn't take long for Gustav to figure out that it was just a surveillance room. A lot of the controls there could only show other locations within the Zanpakutu, and from what Gustav was seeing, the numbers were way higher than what they anticipated. They thought the extraterrestrial species C-Filing had abducted were only millions in number, but Gustav realized just how wrong they had been. There were billions of beings in there. To think that C-Filing hadn't even completed his goal of getting every single species in the universe. Who knew how many they'd become when he finally completed his goal? Gustav also noticed that besides the power to expand places within the Zanpakutu, the surveillance room had no true power. He couldn't gain access to the C-Filing universe from there. One major issue he battled with was, even if he did gain access, how would he find the Ozus that were abducted? There were just too many beings in there, and the vast lands that were strewn for hundreds of thousands of miles. He was unaware of how he would also be affected if he gained access, so it was truly a disturbing issue. I need to figure out their exact location within the Zanpakutu so the extraction can be simple and smooth, Gustav thought as he moved closer to one of the heads floating before the projected footage. Gustav didn't care about the other species, since he was only there for the Ozus. Not to mention that they were in billions, so he really couldn't come up with a method to save billions in just a short time frame. Gustav peered forward. He could see panels and buttons with unreadable diagrams plastered across them. They depicted different meanings, but Gustav immediately understood what they meant. To think they labeled the species to make them easier to watch with a tap of a button, this makes things a lot easier, Gustav thought while slowly reaching out to touch the area, which vividly depicted the word OZIS in a different language. The moment Gustav tapped on it, a loud voice rang out, "I have lost sight of Gustav Crimson." It was the voice of C-Filing. Gustav paused to listen. He escaped the lightless space, although it is strange that I cannot sense him, but since I cannot see him, he must have taken the Reikio route, which means he is headed to your location. Detain him while I send support your way. The transmission stopped after C-Filing finished speaking. Oh, so there are blind spots within the vessel where his senses of perception may not function properly. Gustav came to this realization. Church, chur. Loud chatters rang out within the space as the cauldron-sized headed beings instantly became alarmed. Unlike P.O., they were speaking a different language, but of course, Gustav could understand them. They were a bit dissatisfied with C-Filing asking for them to detain Gustav while he sent reinforcements because they felt he undermined their capabilities. Recalling how swift P.O. was, Gustav didn't doubt that they were forces to be reckoned with. However, even C-filing was smart enough to know that the only thing they could succeed in was delaying Gustav for a bit. Gustav stared at the holographic projection of the Ozus before him, which displayed them working. It looked like they were transferring and transmitting energy from different sources. It was a magnificent sight, and from what Gustav could tell, it seemed like they were very much needed in the C-filing universe, but he didn't care. He now knew where the captive Ozus were located within Zanpakutu. He had gotten what he wanted, and it was time for him to leave. Gustav didn't intend to engage the cauldron-sized, metallic-headed beings. He knew he would be giving out his location to C-filing if he did that, so he decided the best course of action would be to leave as quietly as he came. What he needed to do, however, was find how to gain access to Zanpakutu. Their initial plans had been completely annulled since they didn't have a clue as to what they would have encountered upon meeting C-filing. It was a truly unexpected experience. "It has already been a day," Mylox muttered while walking out of a crop field bathed in scarlet rays of light. What lay ahead of him was a massive silver wall. He seemed to have reached the end of the space. Could Gustav Crimson have left already? He wondered after realizing that the 1-week time frame they were given was already up. Well, if he has, I will have to save my people by myself. Mylox steeled himself and continued stepping forward confidently. He wasn't in any way disappointed by the thought of Gustav leaving because, on the bright side, he did help them get to C-filing. Was he scared of facing such a scary being on his own? Yes. However, he decided that, for his people, he would use everything at his disposal to make sure he freed them. He arrived before a passageway and wasted no time before stepping into it. There was no doubt that the space vessel was incredibly massive, so it would be difficult for him to find where his people were, but Mylox sped forward. If it was going to take him hours, days, or months, he would make sure he found them. Mylox soon arrived at 2 intersecting stairways and found it difficult to decide in which direction to head. After a brief contemplation, he picked the right stairway and headed forward with speed. At the end of the stairway was a path that led to a few entrances. Mylox instantly picked the first one, but the moment he stepped in, he regretted his actions. "Oh," he said internally the moment he arrived in an all-white massive space. Within this space was an army of dark metallic, cauldron-sized heads. Mylox counted at first, but soon stopped when he noticed they weren't just beyond thousands of them. There were millions. The eyes of the head-shaped beings lit up as they all turned to stare in Mylox's direction. He felt a chill permeate his spine as their stares had him rooted in place with a wary expression. "Just pretend I was never here," Mylox voiced while turning around. Church, chur, loud screeches rang out as the head-shaped beings ascended into the air and sped after him the moment he stepped out of the space. "Damn it!" Mylox cussed under his breath as he ran as quickly as he could, not daring to look back. 10s he could handle, 100 he could manage, 1000s he might have difficulties, but he could come out on top. But millions was where he drew the line. These head-shaped beings were incredibly fast, almost like Pio, so he needed to find a way to lose them before he lost his limbs due to them. Within a tube-like space, a young man with curly black hair could be seen ascending with incredible speed. "I am closer to it now," Endrick said internally as he closed in on a bright light above. "You need to be careful. I would advise joining up with your brother," Husarius suggested. "I would, but I still can't sense his presence. I can only head for C-filing himself now. Since he asked for a chat, then I shall give him one first." Endrick responded internally as he arrived before the light. As he phased through, he arrived at another pathway with incredibly massive doors at its end. Endrick could already sense what lay ahead due to the light shimmering from the doors in the distance. He strode forward with an expression of seriousness and arrived before the doors in just a few moments. Chapter 1389, discussing the fate of the Ozus stepping through the imposing double doors. Endrick was immediately greeted by an awe-inspiring sight. The vast expanse of the chamber stretched out before him was adorned in a palette of metallic hues and sparkling lights. The ceiling, seemingly reaching for infinity, posed a mesmerizing projection of a star-studded cosmos, casting a gentle, ethereal glow on the proceedings below. At the center of this majestic room sat the apex of authority, a throne, seemingly crafted from the rarest alloys. The ornate seat emitted an otherworldly brilliance that couldn't be properly described. Intricate patterns of interwoven circuitry and delicate filigree adorned its surface, hinting at the mastery of technology that lay beneath its breathtaking exterior. Hovering effortlessly above the throne was a shimmering holographic display showcasing the vessel's status, vital data, and real-time communication feeds, all visible to its beholder. Through this advanced interface, Sea-Filing could effortlessly control every aspect of the vessel's operation, from navigation to defensive systems, with a mere flick of their fingers. However, where was the being that governed this vessel? Endrick looked around, but still couldn't find any signs of life around. On the projections that displayed different locations within the spacecraft, Endrick spotted Gustav and the others. Looks like he managed to meet up with Ozark and Lyark, Endrick said internally after noticing that the three had united somewhere on the lower levels of the vessel. Welcome, you got here first. A voice suddenly rang out behind Endrick. Fwyi! Endrick swiftly reacted by turning around and jumping backward as great amounts of telekinetic energy pulsed from his being. Relax. If I wanted to, I would have attacked you already, the familiar voice stated, causing Endrick to squint his eyes before slowly releasing the energy circulating through him. Endrick stared at the figure before him. It was a 53-inch figure with a vibrantly glowing, long black jacket. The face of the figure was shaped like a cylinder with two eyes center above and beneath its face. Their chest was wide open, and it wasn't in any way broad. They seemed rather tiny with their brownish-red skin and tube-like necks. The one before him at that moment was none other than the being that had been giving them the runaround since they arrived on this space vessel. Sea-Filing. He looked nothing like Endrick envisioned in his head. If anyone else were there, they would have felt duped as well. Sea-Filing looked like what someone might call a malnourished teenager, but the long black jacket on him was the only feature that made him look unordinary. However, one thing Endrick couldn't dispute was that despite the looks of the being before him, he was powerful. Sea-Filing had just appeared behind him, and he didn't sense it till he spoke. It was just as Sea-Filing said if he wanted to attack, Endrick wouldn't have sensed it till the last moment. You already know why I am here, Endrick stated. You want to try to convince me to release them, no? Or were you looking to start a fight with me instead? I would advise that you have a much better chance with the first option, Sea-Filing responded while taking a sip from a crystalline-looking cup in his grasp. Like I said, you are too full of yourself, Endrick answered without an iota of fear. Maybe I might be the one who gets to convince you to join me. Sea-Filing chuckled a bit while the cup in his grasp vanished. Pa! Pa! He clapped his hands twice, and they suddenly appeared in a new room. Where are we? Endrick questioned in bafflement the moment he realized they were no longer in the makeshift throne room. Don't be alarmed. It is just my dining room, Sea-Filing voiced while moving to sit on a chair positioned before a massive floating table. To the left was a breathtaking view displayed through the grand window pane. An awe-inspiring vista of stars and distant galaxies stretched out before them. Beside the window pane lay a shimmering pool, its crystalline waters inviting and tempting. Mirroring the twinkling stars above, the pool added a touch of tranquility to the dining room, creating a harmonious blend of cosmic grandeur and aquatic serenity. He has a pool here? In space? Endrick couldn't help but wonder how someone could be living such a lavish life while being wanted by the Alliance. The room itself was a testament to luxury and sophistication. The walls were adorned with polished metals, reflecting the gentle glow of the nearby stars. Soft, ambient lighting accentuated the curves and edges of the meticulously crafted furniture, creating an atmosphere of refined opulence. Every meal in this exalted space was a celebration of the senses. It was unknown who sea-filing chefs were, but Endrick was sure their skill didn't pale in comparison to Gustav's. Exquisite aromas mingled with extraordinary presentation, transforming each plate into a work of art. "Have a seat," Sea-Filing gestured. Endrick wasn't letting his guard down, but since he was there to talk first, he decided that there was no harm in taking a seat. "Now let me hear what you have to say about the release of the Ozus species," Sea-Filing voiced while taking a bite from the dish before him. "I will make things very simple, since we already had this conversation. My brother and I came here to help the Ozus return to their people. We are on a tight schedule and need to move on to other things as quickly as possible, so the moment you free them, we will be out of your hair. Well, you don't have any hair, but you get what I mean," Endrick explained calmly. "I don't think he will buy that," Husarius said internally. "Is that all?" Sea-Filing said while elegantly cleaning his mouth with a towel. "Yeah," Endrick responded. "No," Sea-Filing stated. "No." Endrick voiced with a glare. "No." "You are not convincing enough." Sea-Filing picked up another utensil and began to slowly cut down a piece of meat. "Do you realize that you are holding captive people who lost their entire planet and billions of their species?" Endrick pointed out. "Wasn't that because of your brother?" Sea-Filing bluntly replied. "No, he has no hand in that. It's just the narrative the Alliance put out." Endrick instantly defended Gustav. "I see." Sea-Filing didn't try to argue. "These people practically lost everything. If anything, they deserve to be reunited with the ones that are left instead of being held captive here," Endrick added with a justifiable tone. I see. And what of the other species in captivity? They don't deserve the same treatment just because their planet hasn't been destroyed yet?" Sea-Filing voiced calmly. "I didn't say. They don't deserve to get reunited with their people too?" Sea-Filing cut Endrick short before he could complete his statement. "They deserve to be left here while only the Ozus attain freedom." "I'm not saying." Endrick suddenly paused as he thought about it. The more Sea-Filing spoke, the more sense he made. "You see how flawed your line of thought is? If you care as much as you claim to do, you would want to save them all and not just a single species," Sea-Filing stated with a tone of certainty. Endrick was silent for a bit as he sat in place, contemplating. "It is obvious that this venture of yours came from a place of selfishness, yet you call me a selfish being. If anything, I care about the universe more than any of you. I am building a universe to save our species, a universe with no strife and want, a universe where every species can coexist naturally without wars or divisions, yet you and your selfish companions want to ruin that." Sea-Filing continuously berated Endrick. "Just let them go," Endrick voiced out. "My answer remains no. You are free to join me in my quest if you wish to stop being selfish," Sea-Filing voiced while taking a sip from the cup before him. "Can't you see how instead of building a new universe, you could just try to save the one we have?" Endrick questioned. "No, there is no way out of this universe. It is doomed," Sea-Filing stated like he could see the predestined fate of the cosmos. "Unlike you, I don't believe that. I am not joining you." Endrick shook his head. "Then we have nothing more to discuss," Sea-Filing voiced calmly while placing the tools in his grasp on the table. "Yeah, end of discussion," Endrick responded while getting to his feet. Fuhomsh, a burst of violent energy rippled forth from his being, causing the table to get blasted back along with every single piece of furniture in the room besides the one Sea-Filing was sitting on. Amid the chaos, Sea-Filing sat still with a calm expression. "How unfortunate," he muttered. In another part of the space vessel, Gustav, Ozark, and Lyark could be spotted speeding across a hallway full of unknown metals protruding from the ground and walls. The entire place suddenly began to tremble violently, causing them to come to a sudden halt. Chapter 1390, I Am the Sovereign. The entire place suddenly began to tremble violently, causing them to come to a sudden pause. Gustav's face lit up with a look of realization as he sensed a familiar energy. "Hold on tight," he instructed while grabbing Lyark and Ojark with both arms. Before they could react, Fuhom! He leaped upwards with incredible force, sending a shockwave across the entire space vessel. Their figures ascended at an incredible pace, breaking through several levels in just a couple of seconds. Gustav stopped as he reached a particular height, knowing that it would be trouble if they were to keep it up. Fortunately, they had ascended quite the distance, so it wasn't a waste. They charged forward as quickly as they could across another artificial space within the space vessel. The tremors were increasing, and a normal person would have lost their footing already. However, it seemed like they were closing in on the source of the disturbance. "What is going on?" Ojark questioned as the rumblings grew more intense. "It's Endrick," Gustav answered. "He is in a battle with Sea-Filing," he added with a tone of certainty. "He already got up there?" Ojark voiced in disbelief. "Yeah. I'm guessing trying to convince him didn't work," Gustav replied. "Is he winning?" Ojark inquired. "He stands no chance against Sea-Filing," Gustav replied almost immediately. Both Lyark and Ojark were immediately overcome with fear. Endrick was no doubt powerful than they were, and yet Gustav said he didn't stand a chance against Sea-Filing? Then, what were they to do the moment they encountered him? "Don't worry, we just need to gain access to the Zonpaktu, and once that is achieved, we can get your people out," Gustav assured them after noticing the looks of worry on their faces. "Are you sure you are not going to abandon us now that the time you gave us is up?" Lyark asked from the side. "I would, but I am also trapped in this vessel just like the rest of you, and the only way to leave is by confronting Sea-Filing, so I might as well just do that and maybe help y'all out in the process. Killing two birds with one stone, as I like to call it," Gustav explained with a look of anticipation. "You are not as mean as you look," Ojark chimed softly from the side. "I don't know what you're talking about. I just want to get out of here." Gustav maintained a straight look as they arrived at the exit of the current space they were in. "Ah!" As they arrived at an intersecting pathway, a scream drifted into their ears. "Ah!" Ojark and Lyark turned towards the left and noticed a figure speeding towards them. Mylox. Ojark instantly recognized the figure to be Mylox, who was supposed to be the captain of their team. But why was he screaming? "Run!" Mylox's voice blared. "What?" Ojark had a look of confusion as they paused. "Run, you dimwits!" Mylox yelled once more as he closed in on them. Ojark was about to ask why when she spotted a wave of black-looking dots in the distance. They were moving at a very quick pace, and Mylox seemed to be fleeing from them. Their eyes widened as they realized that these black dots were an army of cauldron-shaped metallic heads chasing after Mylox. They were gathered in such high numbers that they had completely covered every space on the left and blocked the rays of light reflecting from that corner. "There are at least 1,000,000 of them. Go," Gustav said to the others without bothering to inspect them with god eyes. They had to reach Endrick as soon as possible, so Gustav wasn't looking to be delayed in the slightest. Fuhomsh, Gustav grabbed the two once more and sped off into the distance. Wait for me," Mylox yelled from behind as he struggled to keep up. "You just asked us to run. Pick a side," Gustav voiced in response before completely running out of sight. Mylox was nearly in tears as he kept running with betrayal written all over his face. Just when he thought he had found others to shoulder the weight with him, they vanished. Gustav was still several times faster than he was despite carrying two others with him. Mylox was thankful that these weren't as strong as the one they encountered on the Vitrocytes planet, or he would have long been done for. This made him wonder if P.O. was just an upgraded version of the metallic blackheads. "Shouldn't we wait for him?" Ojark asked. "Nah, I am not putting my little brother in jeopardy just because some guy can't handle shit himself," Gustav instantly refused while increasing his speed. Although it would have been better to have more support when confronting sea-filing, Gustav couldn't delay in the slightest since Endrik was already facing him alone. Gustav and the others soon arrived at an enclosure with a tube-like extension positioned above them. "Let's go," Gustav stated before leaping upwards. Whoosh! Wings sprouted out of his back as he ascended with enough force to get through the entire extension in just an instant. The moment they arrived on a new level whose pathway extended towards a massive, wide-open double door, they knew they were there. Bang! A loud clash rang out, and a figure blasted through the wide-open doors in the next instant. Fwyish, Gustav's eyes widened as he recognized the figure and leaped forward to catch him in mid-air. He landed a few feet away from the entry point and stared at the figure in his arms. "Big brother!" Endrik voiced before coughing blood onto Gustav's outfit. A seething rage suddenly began to build up within him as he stared at the state of his little brother. Endrik had injuries across his body and looked like he was on the verge of passing out. "You are finally here. What took you so long?" A loud voice rang out from the interior of the space beyond the wide-open doors. "Did you do this?" Gustav questioned with a bone-chilling tone as the temperature in the vicinity dropped by many degrees. "Oh. It seems you have reached the point where you are powerful enough to affect the state of your surroundings with just your mood. Good, good. You live up to your reputation." The sound of relaxed footsteps reverberated loudly as the owner of this voice came into view. It, of course, was none other than Sea-Filing, a being who looked nothing like anyone had expected. Nevertheless, his presence commanded an inexplicable reverence and might. Even though it looked like a heated battle had just ended, he didn't look ruffled in the slightest. It seemed as though dealing with Endrik had been a breeze for him. "I asked you a question. Are you responsible for the present state of my little brother?" Gustav already knew the answer to this question, but poised it regardless. "Between you and I like your brother, but he was proving too stubborn. He couldn't see appeal in my ways, and it is even more hypocritical that he can't see the errors of his ways." I have heard enough," Gustav interrupted Sea-Filing before he could complete his statement and proceeded to slowly lower Endrik's figure. "Big brother action. No, just stay here and rest." Gustav cut Endrik off before he could say anything and proceeded to put a healing pill in his mouth. "I thought you were someone that could be reasoned with," Gustav voiced while slowly stepping forward as streams of violent energy began to circulate his figure. "I am," Sea-Filing answered. "Oh." Gustav scoffed as he inched closer with every step. "You see, you and I are not so different, Gustav Crimson. The only part where you fall short is retrospective thinking. You never wonder if your actions are hypocritical or not, so long as they benefit you. Maybe that is why I like your brother more than I like you." Sea-Filing spoke like Gustav was a long-time friend that he hadn't seen in ages. "I am nothing like you," Gustav stated as he arrived before Sea-Filing. "In denial, I see. You said you thought I was someone who could be reasoned with, but did you ever stop to ask yourself if you are someone that can be reasoned with? Isn't it quite hypocritical that I am trying to reason with you right now, but you are baring your fangs at me, ready to sink them into my flesh any moment from now?" Sea-Filing remained calm as he spoke, rationally. Winds began to howl intensely as the energy surrounding Gustav rapidly increased. "After leaving my little brother in such a state, I have no intentions of being reasonable. We are way past that," Gustav stated before sending a fist at Sea-Filing. "How unfortunate!" Sea-Filing shook his head while staring at Gustav's approaching fist in very slow motion. "Shall I remind you that this is my vessel? I am the sovereign." Chapter 1391 Gustav versus Sea-Filing. "Shall I remind you that this is my vessel?" "I am the sovereign," Sea-Filing stated while casually walking away. "Fwyi." From Gustav's point of view, Sea-Filing suddenly vanished, causing his fist to phase through the air. He felt a presence behind him and instantly knew that it was Sea-Filing. If I truly had evil intentions, I would have done more than just leave a few injuries on your little brother." The moment these words drifted into his ears, Gustav felt a lightning-fast chop strike the back of his neck. Bang! Gustav was instantly sent flying as the speed left him unable to react in time. While his body was in midair, a loud clap rang out and the scenery around them instantly changed. The space around them had turned all white and not a single item could be seen in view. Sea Filing suddenly appeared before Gustav. "Will you join me?" "No," Gustav answered bluntly while throwing out another fierce jab. His fist phased through Sea Filing's vanishing figure, and he heard a voice above him. "Wrong answer." Bang! Sea Filing thrust his fingers downwards, causing an incredible energy to send Gustav flying once more. "His speed is way greater than I anticipated." Gustav gritted his teeth as his figure spiraled downwards at an incredible pace. "You cannot win in a battle against me, and if you think your little friends can help you, think again." Sea Filing's voice rang out loudly, and what came next was a clap. Pah! The view of the surroundings changed once more as Gustav found himself gliding across a snowy terrain. His back rammed against the ground multiple times as the snow erupted in every direction upon multiple impacts. Gustav reached out his right arm and slapped his hand onto the ground to change his trajectory the moment he sensed a powerful force approaching. Swihai! Sea Filing's figure streaked past. Gustav had managed to successfully evade him for the first time, but the effect of the morale it gave off didn't manage to last for even a second as Sea Filing reappeared behind Gustav once more. Fortunately, Gustav seemed to have predicted this and shot a massive iron silk from his back the moment Sea Filing tried to attack. The massive icicle-shaped rock pierced through Sea Filing's afterimage as he reappeared on Gustav's right. "You're adapting." "Good," Sea Filing voiced while reaching out to grab Gustav's collar. "But I haven't even breached half my top speed," he voiced before flinging Gustav forward. Fuhumsh! Gustav's figure darted across the air at unprecedented speed as he rammed into a bunch of snowy mountains, ripping straight through them like they were as soft as webs. Gustav didn't get even a millisecond of breathing space as Sea Filing appeared above him again and thrust his palm at Gustav's chest. An armor of iron silk phased out of Gustav's body as he reached out to match Sea Filing's thrust. Boom! A loud, thunderclap-like sound reverberated across the entire vessel as both of them got blasted away from each other with incredible force the moment they collided. The armor of iron silk got obliterated as Gustav spat out blood, while Sea Filing flipped backward multiple times across the air before the scenery around them changed once more. "You are quite powerful. I should be careful about underestimating you," Sea Filing voiced after stabilizing himself. Gustav noticed that they had appeared in a similar location to the dark space he got sent to upon their separation at the start. "What if I told you I could erase you from existence?" Gustav questioned while wiping blood off his face. "That would be you overestimating yourself." Sea Filing's voice drifted across the air as he vanished and reappeared before Gustav once more. "X2 power boost has been activated." Gustav's figure shrunk backward as an arm appeared out of nowhere and swung across his initial position. "Maybe you're the one overestimating yourself," Gustav voiced as his entire body began transforming. "No one has got me to use my transformation bloodline in a while, but I need to be careful so the vessel doesn't get destroyed," Gustav said internally as his height increased and his muscles bloated immensely. His skin turned brownish red like that of Sea Filing's as tusk-like bones grew out of different spots on his body. Fur horns grew out of his forehead and his eyes emitted a crimson glow as he glared at Sea Filing's figure, which had turned shorter in his line of sight. "That is impressive, but you are not quite there yet," Sea Filing voiced while a purple-like wand appeared in his grasp. "Go down," he voiced while a whitish and circular form of unknown energy appeared before it. Boom! At the same instant, a swirling vortex of purplish energy shot forth from the middle of Gustav's horns. Boom! Both energies clashed, and a massive ripple of destruction swept across the vicinity. If the both of them had been somewhere besides this space that could expand greatly, they would have wreaked incredible havoc. Fortunately, the space was built to withstand situations like these, so their clashes didn't destroy the entire space. Amid the destructive ripples, both figures had set out again, pushing forth the waves with their bodies. Gustav's fist was headed for Sea-Filing's face at this moment, and Sea-Filing reacted by swerving towards the side after noticing the exponential increase in Gustav's speed. The wand in his grasp increased in length the moment he swerved towards the side, and he proceeded to smack Gustav's ribcage with it. Gustav was sent flying once more, but swiftly stabilized himself in midair as dark wings sprouted out of his back. He spun towards the right and made a grasping motion. Sea-Filing appeared in the clutches of his right hand, and he proceeded to ram him into the ground. Boom! Another loud clash rang out as the entire vessel quaked loudly. To Sea-Filing's surprise, Gustav had accurately predicted where he would appear and swiftly made a counterattack. It was the first time he successfully connected an attack. Gustav tried to raise Sea-Filing again, only to realize that he already escaped his grasp. He turned around swiftly while conjuring a massive, milky-colored blade and swung it diagonally. Bang! Another loud clash rang out as the atomic blade collided with the wand-like item in Sea-Filing's grasp. "Oh, you are starting to match my speed. Let's see how long you can keep this up," Sea-Filing voiced before appearing on Gustav's left. Bang! 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 Loud collisions rang out repeatedly as they clashed more than 1,000 times in just a second. Since it was a dark space, visibility was hindered, but Gustav was moving sorely based on perception as he battled Sea-Filing, who could see and sense every part of his space vessel as its sovereign. Swish! Loud whooshes and destructive energy swept across the place as they moved incredibly fast, with Sea-Filing taking his speed up a notch every time he noticed Gustav was able to keep up. Gustav was slowly getting pushed back as he found himself falling short of Sea-Filing's speed and strength every time Sea-Filing took it up a notch. The battle was getting more intense. With every passing second, even the space expansion machine within their current location was getting strained, trying to keep up with the speed at which the space was expanding. Bang! 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 The atomic blade got cleaved through as the elongated wand poked toward Gustav's face. Lightning Blitz has been activated. Gustav turned into a streak of lightning at the last moment, escaping the attack. Sea-Filing slowly turned towards the west and charged forward at an incredible pace, following the speed of the lightning streak, which was a quarter the speed of light. Sea-Filing thrusted the elongated wand, and a turbine grew out of its tip. Foom! Yellow waves of energy burst forward from the blades of the turbine as they spun, and Gustav suddenly transformed back into his original look. Gustav's eyes widened as he was pulled from the lightning streak form. He quickly crossed his arms to block the moment. He noticed the elongated wand turn back into a staff and shot forward with incredible speed. Bang! Another loud crash rang out as Gustav was sent flying while the tip of the elongated wand continuously pushed at his crossed arms, shooting him further ahead with unprecedented force. Sea-Filing appeared behind Gustav's body, which had been turned into a projectile, and thrusted his palm towards his back. Gustav gritted his teeth as he pictured both of Sea-Filing's attacks simultaneously hitting his chest and back. Energy surge has been activated. A reddish glow appeared on Gustav's chest at the last moment, and a blast of energy burst forth from his being, sending a space-shattering ripple across the environment. Bang! Bang! Both the elongated wand and Sea-Filing got sent flying as the energy surge hit them violently. Sea-Filing was taken aback, but not entirely surprised since he witnessed Gustav's prowess at Aesop, but he couldn't believe just how much more powerful Gustav had become. Gustav suddenly appeared before him with a glowing fist, causing his eyes to widen once more. Think twice before harming a loved one of mine next time. Chapter 1392, I Found a Way in Gustav, suddenly appeared before him with a glowing fist, causing his eyes to widen once more. Think twice before harming a loved one of mine next time. Gustav's voice rang loudly as his fist inched closer to Seafiling's face without any opportunity of a counter. The scenery around them suddenly transformed as Gustav found his fist phasing through the air once more. Fwaiwi, Seafiling had returned them to the throne room and was now positioned behind Gustav. Chaos Belt, Seafiling's voice rang out. Gray, glowing, infinity-shaped whips suddenly shot out from every corner of the makeshift throne room, wrapping around Gustav's body before he could react. He tried to evade a few and dash his way out, but they soon encircled him and covered him up completely in less than a second. Gustav! Ozark yelled while speeding forward. Begone! Seafiling merely waved his left arm, and a surge of pressure sent Ozark flying. Fuhu! Bone-cracking sounds rang out as Ozark spat out blood and instantly lost consciousness. Endrick moved sideways very swiftly and caught Ozark's figure in midair. Upon catching her, he handed her over to Lyark and stepped forward while telekinetic energy swirled around him. Endrick seemed to be in a much better state compared to before. It didn't end well for you the last time. Just let it be Endrick, Seafiling said with a calm tone while gently touching the little cut on his forehead, which had thick, brownish liquid flowing out. Oh, he drew blood, Seafiling voiced with a slightly astonished expression. Commendable, he added like he was proud of Gustav. Let him go, Endrick stated fiercely. Not unless you agree to join me. Seafiling folded his arms with a smile. Do you think you can keep him trapped for long? Endrick questioned while staring at the pulsating infinity belts that had completely encompassed Gustav's figure without leaving a single space. Oh, this? He cannot escape. Seafiling shook his head slightly. The chaos belts are built to restrain any force in the universe, regardless of how powerful they are. Seafiling gave a brief explanation. Your brother's strength is getting difficult to scale. With every clash, he reveals something new, something surprising. It was best to take precautionary actions by trapping him before he reveals something that will be difficult to counter, even for myself. No one can escape the chaos belts, he added. My brother will, Endrick answered while slowly raising his hand. Don't be ridiculous. Within my vessel, I am sovereign. Not even the most powerful on Earth will be able to best me in here. Seafiling turned around while speaking like he didn't see Endrick as a threat. How about outside? Gustav's voice rang loudly from within the encirclement. Seafiling eyes tinged with suspicion as he stared at the chaos belts up ahead. All of a sudden, a strange and unfathomable energy began to pulse rhythmically across the vicinity. No one needed to be told before they realized that Gustav was doing something in there. Do not waste your time. The moment you are trapped by the chaos belts, escape is impossible. Seafiling noticed that he had been concerned for a second and quickly shook it off. Oh, is that so? Gustav's voice rang out once more, and what came next was a burst of chromatic energy. Raiya! Layers of rhombus-shaped lights embedded into one another appeared in view and spread forth. The chaos belts instantly got sucked into the layers of rhombus-shaped lights with all sorts of colors within. In the next instant, Gustav could be seen floating in midair with his left palm emitting the same glow with the layers of rhombus-shaped lights surrounding him. Fihiao, they reduced and rescinded into his figure the next instant, causing everyone in the vicinity to widen their eyes in disbelief. How did you? Surprise, surprise, Gustav stated with a tone of ridicule before charging forward. Fuumshbang. Gustav slammed into Seafiling's figure with immense strength, causing the floor to rip open as both their figures continued to streak downwards at incredible speed. Zing, a burst of blue light phased out of the hole created, and in the next instant, the space vessel stopped quaking. Ozark regained consciousness at this moment. Where are they? She inquired weakly. Outside. Big Brother transported C-Filing outside to continue the battle, Endrick replied with a troubled tone. What do W? Before Ozark could complete her sentence, a loud voice chimed in from behind. I found a way in. Everyone turned around to see Vilax making his way into the makeshift throne room. You did. Lyark mumbled. MHM. But we can't head in without that. Vilax responded while pointing at something floating at the far corners of the makeshift throne room. They all turned to stare in the direction he was pointing at and noticed a head-sized circular object floating in the distance. It looked like a disc, as one could see reflections of the surroundings on it. However, it wasn't difficult to tell that this item wasn't ordinary in the slightest. Multiple halos of light surrounded it, making it seem as though it was stored in between the lights. The Ozus could also notice streams of energy flowing into it. According to the information I obtained on my way here, that disc is what C-Filing uses to send victims into his universe, Vilax added with strong conviction. If that is how he sends people there, how did you find a gateway in? Endrick questioned with a slight tone of confusion. Because he created other pathways in for his minions, so he wouldn't need to use the disc all the time. If we were to get transported into his universe through the disc, we would instantly become his slave, and the same applies to heading in through the pathways. However, if we went through the pathways with the disc in our possession, things would be different, Vilax briefly explained. On his way here, he had come into contact with a bunch of other C-Filing minions, and during his battle with them, a few had casually laid it out that Vilax and the others would never be able to get into Zanpakutu. A few of them spilled pieces of information subconsciously, and Vilax proceeded to connect the dots. This was why he was currently aware of the disc. So how do we get it out? Endrick questioned while moving closer to where the disc was positioned. I don't know. Let's just try, Vilax replied with a slightly clueless look. Endrick proceeded to stretch his right hand forward, sending an invisible pair of hands made from his will towards the disc. A small vibration pulsated gently as the hands made from telekinesis reached the disc, but even after Endrick pulled his arm back repeatedly, he found himself unable to retrieve the disc. Those rings of light are preventing me from getting the disc, Endrick hinted at the halos surrounding the disc. This was to be expected, since it would be unwise for a person like C-Filing to leave a powerful tool in the presence of strangers, unprotected. Let me try, Vilax stated before leaping upwards. He instantly ascended to 30 feet high and reached out to touch the halos surrounding the disc. Bang! A loud crash rang out the moment Vilax made contact with the halos. He got sent flying by an insurmountable force the halos gave off. Vilax landed several feet away from Endrick and the others who rushed to help him up in surprise. What happened? Endrick questioned as steam erupted from Vilax's body. I was unable to corrupt its energy because it set forth a preventive charge that was too quick even for me, Vilax answered. I can't take it down on my own, he added. Then let's take it down together, Ozark voiced from the side. You don't get it, even with the help of you two? Chances are, what just happened will repeat itself. Vilax lightly shook his head. Then what if we increased that number by 1? A loud and familiar voice suddenly rang out from the entrance of the makeshift throne room. Mylox! The moment she turned around, Ozark called out with a tone of relief. The voice had come from the captain of the 4-man Ozus group, who was walking into the vicinity at a rapid pace. Perfect timing, Lyark muttered softly. It looked like Mylox had managed to escape the millions of metallic blackheads initially giving chase. Do we have a higher chance of getting rid of those if I join? Mylox asked Vilax once he arrived before them. Still not guaranteed, but yes, higher chance, Vilax replied while levitating. Endrick proceeded to create a telekinetic board and used it to lift the rest of the Ozus to reach the required height of contact with the disc. The 4 Ozus surrounded the floating disc and had their hands a few inches away. Everyone knew Vilax was the fastest when it came to corrupting and transforming foreign energy into his, so they waited for his signal. Vilax glanced at every one of them before voicing, "Now!" Chapter 1393. It is time you join them. Vilax glanced at every one of them before voicing, "Now!" The Ozis stretched forth their hands to touch the rings of light in the next moment. Outside, a massive space vessel shaped like a black head, two figures were engaged in an intense battle. Bang! 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 They clashed repeatedly, sending powerful ripples across outer space that caused even the vessel that was millions of feet away to tremble multiple times. These two were none other than Gustav and Sea-Filing. Gustav charged at Sea-Filing's figure non-stop, raining barrages of punches upon him. Sea-Filing continuously made use of his staff like a wand, trying to deflect Gustav's attacks and counter them. Gustav reached out to grab the wand-like staff and yanked it from Sea-Filing's grasp, but the moment he did so, his body descended at an insane pace. It turned out that the weapon became unliftable once it was out of Sea-Filing's grasp. What the hell? Gustav lamented internally as he quickly let go of the weapon. However, the moment he did so, Sea-Filing arrived before him. Bang! A powerful whack on the face sent Gustav flying. The wand-like weapon returned to Sea-Filing's grasp and reduced in size to look like that of a fictional wizard. Tum! 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 Multiple blue bolts shot out of this wand as Sea-Filing pointed it in Gustav's direction. Gustav felt the approach of chaotic energy and swerved at incredible speed to evade them. Swee! Swee! His figure moved like a phantom as the bluish bolts drifted past him into the distance. At that point, Sea-Filing had turned around, and he seemed to be heading for the massive vessel in the distance. He suddenly got hindered by an unknown force. "What is it?" he muttered with a look of confusion. "Master has asked that I stop you." Sea-Filing noticed characters appear before him in the form of light to create words that he could understand. It was at that moment that he spotted SJ. Sea-Filing grabbed the head-sized translucent stone behind him and yanked it off. Fwayai! SJ was flung far into space, but at this same moment, Gustav arrived before Sea-Filing with glowing eyes. Bang! Before Sea-Filing could even react to the sudden appearance, a fist had already slammed into his jaw. Blood broke out of Sea-Filing's face as his figure flipped continuously across space. He didn't get very far before SJ appeared behind him and sent a fluorescent ripple of energy that rammed into Sea-Filing's figure. SJ transformed, becoming a humanoid golden figure with its translucent circular structure for a head. The fluorescent light within gleamed brightly as he flew forward, while Gustav also charged from the opposite direction with Sea-Filing's figure in their midst. A glint appeared at the corner of Sea-Filing's eyes as reddish thorns suddenly protruded from his figure, the moment both of them were only inches away from making contact. SJ was pierced through, but Gustav had managed to stop himself and even drift backwards to escape the range of the massive thorns. Sea-Filing smiled as he realized he had at least gotten one of Gustav's companions, only for SJ to push the thorns further into itself as it reached forward to grab Sea-Filing. SJ wrapped itself around Sea-Filing's thorny figure, keeping him trapped in place. "What the hell are you doing? My prognosis is lethal. How are you still?" Sea-Filing didn't understand that SJ only created an artificial body so it could throw hands. Since it was an artificial body, it wouldn't feel it in the slightest, even if the body was destroyed, since its real existence was within the stone. At that point, Gustav suddenly appeared in view with a nearly 5-foot-long, glowing katana. He raised it and swung mightily in the direction of Sea-Filing and SJ. A scarlet line of energy ripped forward with intensity, followed by streaks of lightning swimming around it. SJ sunk into space dark matter and reappeared behind Gustav the moment the powerful slash was unleashed. Sea-Filing's eyes darkened as he summoned his wand once more and created a field of energy around himself after realizing that he would be unable to counter such an attack. Boom! A loud, thunderclap-like sound spread across space as the line of scarlet energy slammed into the energy field, causing intense explosions. A dust of red was formed, hindering the visibility of this part of space. However, this didn't hinder Gustav's senses as he picked on an injured figure trying to escape under the guise of poor visibility. Fuhumsh! Gustav sped forward with immense speed, chasing after Sea-Filing's fleeing figure which happened to be missing a limb. Unfortunately, Sea-Filing's speed had undergone a drastic decrement. Initially, the Sea-Filing speed was higher than that of the metallic head. They chased, but now it was much lower. Gustav noticed that Sea-Filing had also considerably weakened since their battle outside of the space vessel began. Not so powerful outside of your vessel, eh? Gustav voiced with a tone of ridicule as he drove his right fist into Sea-Filing's chest. Kur! Sea-Filing spat out a mouthful of blood as he held onto Gustav's arm while letting out low, painful growls. Really smart. You live up to your name, but you should be aware that this isn't enough to save them. Sea-Filing let out a light chuckle amidst his painful growls. You are at my mercy now. Don't try to play coy, Gustav responded while twisting his fist, which was embedded in Sea-Filing's chest to inflict more pain on him. This made Sea-Filing chuckle even harder as he raised his left arm. I didn't want it to end like this, but it is time you joined them, Sea-Filing voiced. Why a minute ago. Within the vessel, the group of 4 Ozus directed the energy flow within the rings of light. The place had quietened as they peaked their focus on what they were trying to do. Thrya, one of the rings of light, already had black arrows swimming across it. The black arrows moved rather slowly, but soon they corrupted another ring of light, and in the next few seconds, 2 of the rings unfurled like belts. Just one more, and we should get it, Vilax announced, as they tried commanding the flow of energy within the 3rd ring of light, which was the only one left that was preventing access to the disk. This is going to work, Endrick said internally with a rather hopeful expression while keeping the Ozus afloat with his telekinetic board. All of a sudden, the 3rd ring of light vanished. It's gone? Ojark and Mylox exclaimed in surprise simultaneously. Was that you? Endrick asked Vilax. No, it wasn't. It just disappeared, Vilax replied with a bewildered expression as well. Who cares if it is gone anyways? Let's get the disc, Mylox yelled. Vilax nodded and reached out to grab the disc when it suddenly moved. Fuhii! The disc flew forward before turning to show its reflective surface. What is going on? Ojark voiced with immense confusion. An aura of foreboding filled the place as the disc increased in size, and every single one of them witnessed their figures appear on its reflective surface. It was currently like a mirror that had them in full view. Endrick's eyes suddenly widened as he yelled, "Run!" However, before any of them could react to that, silver rays engulfed their figures, and they instantly got beamed towards the disc. Reflection, their figures appeared as miniature versions on the surface of the disc for a few seconds before they completely vanished. After this happened, the disc flew out of the makeshift throne room at an insane speed and broke through a part of the space vessel's wall. Bang! I didn't want it to end like this, but it is time you joined them, Sea-Filing voiced. Wai-hei, Gustav spotted a circular, glowing silvery object from the peripheral of his vision whisking towards them. The speed of this object was incredibly fast, but Gustav had noticed it on time, so his first thought was to stop whatever it was. However, a voice suddenly appeared in Gustav's mind. Reflection Gustav recognized this voice to be that of Endrick's and swiftly activated Lightning Blitz. Lightning Blitz has been activated. He turned into a streak of lightning and vanished into the distance before the object could arrive. In the next moment, it had appeared in place, and SJ, who was still positioned on the other end, appeared on the reflective surface of the disc. A silvery light engulfed its figure, and it vanished. Sea-Filing floated in place with a distraught expression as he looked around trying to find Gustav. However, Gustav was long out of range of the disk's reflective surface. How did he know he had to move? Seafilm wondered out loud. Now he was left on edge. Not only had Gustav inflicted a lot of damage, but he also managed to figure out that he needed to escape the reflective range of Seafiling's disk. Seafiling felt like he had missed his chance to take Gustav by surprise. Monthly goals. 500 golden tickets equals 4 chapters mass release. 1,000 golden tickets equals 8 chapters mass release. 1,000 privilege unlocks equals 2 extra chapters. 10,000 privilege unlocks equals 10 extra chapters. 1 magic castle equals 1 extra chapter. 1 spacecraft equals 2 extra chapters. Golden Gashapon equals 4 extra chapters and a special shootout. Chapter 1394. You are Doom Seafiling felt like he had missed his chance to take Gustav by surprise. It doesn't matter. He will join them whenever he chooses to show up, Seafiling muttered while the disk grew even larger as it floated above him. The disk had become as large as a skyscraper at this point, and Seafiling reason for increasing its size was to expand its range of reflection. Unfortunately, except for the starlights in the far reaches of outer space, no other reflection could be spotted. Seafiling decided to return to his vessel at that point. He knew Gustav couldn't run forever, and he also needed to treat his injuries, so he decided that waiting out there wasn't going to help the situation. Thousands of miles away from Seafiling's position, Gustav peered forward with a troubled look. How are we still able to communicate if you all got transported into Zonpactu? Gustav questioned internally. Husarius separated my consciousness before we got transported into it. On the surface, I am being controlled just like everyone else, but this part of my consciousness managed to escape the control. Endrick answered Gustav as they communicated mentally. What about the others? Gustav inquired. All turned to slaves. They're being taken to where the other Osis were stashed to join them in developing Seafiling's universe. What is it like there? Gustav asked once more. Large, much larger than the size of many planets conjoined. The number of species here is way more than we thought. I know. Can your free consciousness give you access to control your body? That is what I am trying to do. If I manage to regain control, I will try my best to help the Osis from in here. Good. I'll see what I can do to Seafiling from out here. I need to make sure he doesn't get back into his vessel. Gustav responded with a gaze of determination. Be careful. Remember, you must not get caught in the reflection of the disk, or you'll get sent here like the rest of us. Yeah. Gustav immediately activated Lightning Blitz once more. Lightning Blitz has been activated. His figure turned into a streak of lightning and sped forward at an alarming pace. Seafiling, who had just arrived before his space vessel, suddenly felt an incredible force of energy surging from the west. The moment he turned to the side, a fist was already bearing down his face. Bang! Gustav's fist rammed into his face, causing blood to spill out as his figure got catapulted into the distance. Blurg, you never learn, Seafiling mumbled as he turned his finger slightly, but Gustav turned into a streak of lightning once more. Thrias, he vanished before the disk could pick on his reflection. Seafiling had a slightly frustrated look as he turned an entire 360 degrees to try and pick out the direction Gustav might appear from next. Thrias, to his dismay, he picked the wrong direction, and Gustav reappeared from his 5 o'clock in the form of a lightning streak once more. Bang! Gustav's fist sent him flying into the distance, further from his space vessel. The moment he made the disk turn to catch Gustav's reflection, the culprit had already vanished once again. Seafiling had gotten even more frustrated than before as the same event played out a couple more times. Every time, he found himself unable to follow Gustav's speed and predict where he would appear from. Whenever he thought he would get him and tried to turn the disk at the last moment to catch Gustav's reflection before he got to him, Gustav would suddenly vanish and reappear behind him in a flash of bluish light. He is appearing from blind angles. I can't keep taking any more hits? Sea-Filing had never felt so exasperated before. Since the disc was like an actual disc, it had thin edges that couldn't properly display reflection despite its massive size. Gustav always made sure to appear from the angles where the disc's reflective surface wouldn't catch wind of his figure. He had successfully landed hits upon hits on Sea-Filing with that strategy, especially since his perception had a dial on every single movement Sea-Filing made. Sea-Filing was no longer in his space vessel, so he couldn't scan his surroundings like how he could see every nook and cranny within it. Since they were outside his space vessel, it was like Gustav now had the upper hand. His perception was no longer hindered, and since he could perceive everything ongoing within a radius of more than 50,000 miles, it took him nothing to sense Sea-Filing, who was only less than 1 billion feet away from him. A very troublesome opponent. I should have sent him to Zanpakuto when I had the chance. At that point, Sea-Filing was missing his left arm and his right leg. If he wasn't careful, he would lose all of his limbs. He didn't want to give Gustav any more chances of getting close to defeating him. He knew he had to get to the space vessel as soon as possible. While taking multiple hits, he had drifted further from the space vessel, but there was something he realized. Gustav Crimson cannot keep this up forever too. It must be taking a lot of his energy to move at such a speed. Sea-Filing noticed that he had been floating in the same space for quite some time since when Gustav attacked last. Maybe that's why he hasn't attacked again, a chance. As the thought appeared in his mind, Sea-Filing mounted his disc and commanded it to fly him in the direction of his space vessel. Fwai, the disc moved at a greater speed than himself as it headed for the space vessel. As Gustav floated in space thousands of miles away from Sea-Filing, he stared at the notification in his line of sight. Lightning Blitz has gone into 30 seconds cooldown. Sea-Filing was both right and wrong. Gustav hadn't shown up because he was truly hindered since he couldn't infinitely make use of Lightning Blitz. But it wasn't due to lack of energy. He will get to the space vessel in less than 10 seconds. I can't wait, Gustav thought while tapping on his dimensional bracelet. The reason he was able to change trajectory lots of times when Sea-Filing managed to turn the reflective surface in the direction he was heading was because of the dimensional bracelet. He had already put dimensional markers around the area Sea-Filing was positioned, so his movement could be fluid enough. Dimensional travel in 3, 2, 1. Sea-Filing stood on his disc as the massive space vessel appeared in his line of sight. Fwyish, a triumphant grin appeared on his face as the disc closed in on it. However, at that moment, a burst of blue light appeared before him. Within this blue light was the figure of the same assailant that had been giving him trouble for quite some time. "You are doomed," Sea-Filing chuckled as he felt Gustav had foolishly revealed himself, since the disc would be able to capture his reflection now. "SJ, lend me the dark ability." Gustav chimed while the blue light was still surrounding his figure. Thrive, a blanket of darkness, suddenly surged forth from Gustav's being, permeating the environment at a very quick pace. "What?" Sea-Filing exclaimed in utter shock as the darkness that was darker than the space surrounding them encroached the area. It was like the star lights in the distance were sinking into this space of darkness, and the reflective lights from the space vessel all vanished. In the next instant, both of them were trapped in a domain of darkness. "Where there is no light, there cannot be reflection," Gustav stated with a logical tone. It was just as he said. The only reason the disc was capable of catching anyone's reflection out there was because that part of outer space wasn't entirely dark. The space vessel had light beams, and the stars in the distance also gave off a bit of illumination, but now that light was completely gone, the disc could no longer function. "Now it's just you and me." In the depths of the despairing darkness, Gustav's voice rang out mischievously. "Looks like I am tasked with heavy lifting." How typical. Endrick said internally as his hands moved from side to side while massive materials got transported across the air with his telekinesis. He wasn't doing it willingly, but this was the task that had been assigned to him upon arrival in Zonpaktu. The scarlet skies were just like the first place they had arrived in within the space vessel, but it expanded for way longer. "How is it going, Husarius?" Endrick proceeded to ask, internally. "Almost there. Prepare to battle," Husarius answered. Some of the black, metallic-looking heads were aware of the internal state of Endrick's mind, since he looked like he was being completely controlled by the purplish shackle wrapped around his neck. "It is done." The moment Husarius' voice rang in his mind again, Endrick regained control of his body. Finally, he muttered while retracting his telekinesis. Chapter 1395. You wanted to play Gods finally. He muttered while retracting his telekinesis. The materials in midair instantly fell to the ground, alerting the floating metallic heads around. "Inhabitor 001 seems dysfunctional." A mechanical voice rang out from one of them as it approached Endrick. Endrick stood upright and slowly turned in the direction of the incoming metallic head while raising his right arm. A large, invisible force suddenly wrapped itself around the being, and before it could even react, it got pulled towards the ground aggressively. Bang! The moment it heavily slammed into the ground, the other heads realized that something was seriously wrong. They began flying in Endrick's direction, but he proceeded to unleash his telekinetic energy in waves. A tingling and invasive energy spread forth, giving Endrick an internal analysis of the four metallic heads charging in his direction. The metallic heads being unable to sense the danger of the invasive force crawling around their insides, approached fearlessly. Endrick proceeded to close his fingers into a fist and pull back with force. Thraya! 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 For square-shaped objects ripped through the insides of the metallic beings and tore out of their foreheads. Bam! 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 The metallic, cauldron-sized heads instantly lost power and fell to the ground, never to rise again. Their power cores floated before Endrick, and he stared at them with a reminiscent look. "Brings back memories," he muttered before swiping his hand like he was waving. The power cores vanished in the next instant. Endrick then placed his hand on the purplish shackle around his neck. Crank! Cracks appeared all over it as it dislodged from his neck and fell to the ground. "I assume this is being monitored, so I need to head to the others immediately." Endrick turned to the side and blinked. Zing! His figure instantly vanished, and he reappeared millions of feet away from his initial position. He noticed he was standing in the middle of a long-legged, two-limbed species. They were stomping on unknown fruits that had been harvested and placed in a circle. They seemed to be making a liquid of some sort. "I know they were taken in this direction, but I don't know the exact place," Endrick said internally. "Do you see the red towers?" Gustav suddenly asked since their mind transmission was still operational. "I am not sure," Endrick replied before leaping upwards. "Fuhom." He ascended more than 5 feet tall and noticed a slope northwest that extended downwards. In the distance, the line of red towers could barely be spotted. "I see them." Endrick conjured a telekinetic board while speaking. "Good. When you arrive there, turn westwards and keep heading in a straight line. They are 400,000 feet away." Endrick proceeded to blink once more. He flew atop one of the red towers and turned west as Gustav instructed. Blink! He vanished again and reappeared above a crowd of humanoid, insect-like beings. Every single one of them seemed to be busy with redirecting the flow of some energy emitting from massive machines scattered across the entire vicinity. "Found them," Endrick stated and descended with speed. "How do we get out of here?" Endrick questioned the moment he landed in their midst, but there was no response. "Big brother?" he called out internally. "Silence. Looks like the link is deactivated," Husarius voiced after some time. What Endrick didn't know was that after the activation of the domain of complete darkness, Gustav couldn't keep the mental transmission going. Let me get the collars off them first. Maybe we can find a way out afterward, Endrick stated while spreading his telekinetic energy out. Outside of the Zonpactu, the space vessel was in disarray. Millions of metallic structured heads, just like P.O., moved about frantically. They had been given some set of instructions, and just as they were setting out to do that, another alarm rang out informing them of an anomaly in Zonpactu. The dark metallic structured heads were now at a loss as to what to do since their master was in trouble, and a being had just freed himself from bondage in Zonpactu. This was a situation they had never experienced before. No one had been able to get them to this point of urgency, and yet the two brothers who were supposed to be weaker than their master were becoming serious problems. Dash, Rank B, head to Zonpactu and put that slave back on a leash. Rank C, join Rank B. Rank A, you are with me. We are going to help Master. A set of instructions suddenly rang out across all levels of the space vessel. The metallic heads, which were initially running around, frantically began to file out in lines and speed forward. Now that they had been given instructions, they knew exactly what to do. P.O., who was in the makeshift throne room giving these instructions, had arms phased out of its head-shaped body. It proceeded to grab a tool shaped like a torch at the corner of the throne room and sped out in the next instant. Thousands of other metallic heads that looked just like him had formed a line-up before the entrance of the throne room. "Let's go," P.O. yelled and flew forward hastily. Fwai-hai, the other heads, followed after it as they headed out of the space vessel in one accord. Bang, 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 bang. Within a completely dark space devoid of any light, the sound of heavy collisions rang out, causing tremors. And you call yourself a sovereign. Bang! If only you could see your pitiful state right now. Bang! You wanted to play God. Bang! Well, how is that working out for you? Bang! Gustav Crimsonaso. A voice that seemed to be hyperventilating rang out, but what came next was another loud collision. Bang! Tell me how to get them out. Bang! Within the dark space where not a single figure could be spotted, Gustav could properly envision everything before him with his perception. Before him laid a limbless, brownish-red figure bleeding from different parts of his body. His cylindrical face was especially swollen with two eyes completely shut. The person was none other than Sea-Filing, who had been taking a beating at the hands of Gustav for the past couple of minutes. Since you cannot be verbally reasoned with, maybe your cooperation will be acquired with violence. Gustav placed his hand on Sea-Filing's head once more and raised his battered figure. He arched his left arm back, ready to send another fist toward Sea-Filing's belly when a loud crash rang out. Boom! A powerful energy beam hit the exterior of his domain of darkness, causing small rays of light to escape through. Sea-Filing saw this as an opportunity, but even before the small light could reach him, Gustav turned around and blocked his view with the battered body of Sea-Filing. Sea-Filing's expectations were instantly crushed as Gustav's reflection was unable to properly appear on the surface of the disk, ruining his chances of sending him to Zonpactu. The domain instantly closed up back, but what came next were barrages of attacks. Bang! 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 Your minions are here, Gustav stated with an unbothered tone. He could sense that there were over 100,000 of those metallic heads raining powerful attacks on the domain of darkness, but the first one, which was the most powerful, hadn't landed since then. Gustav assumed it was done by the most powerful of all the metallic heads, P.O. He strengthened the domain for when it would attack again. Do you think they will be fast enough to get in here before I end you? Gustav questioned with an icy tone. Do I deserve to die? I never killed anyone, Sea-Filing weakly voiced out. Not when you turned my little brother into a slave and nearly did the same to me. For touching him, you already deserve to die 1,000 gruesome deaths. Gustav's answer caused Sea-Filing to remain quiet for a while. Tell me how to set them free? Gustav asked once more while raising his fist. Sea-Filing's silence caused Gustav to drive yet another fist into his gut. The number of times Sea-Filing had spat blood would have one thinking. He possibly couldn't have any more to spare, right? Are you masochistic? Gustav questioned before landing another blow. Bang! Yet Sea-Filing remained silent. If you're thinking about holding out until they get in here, think again. You'd be long dead by then, and I will figure out how to get them out on my own without your assistance, since you have chosen to be useless. Gustav voiced while driving another fist into Sea-Filing's chest. Ha ha ha, Kur, ha ha ha. Sea-Filing suddenly began to laugh, hysterically, while coughing multiple times in between. Gustav couldn't help but display a troubled expression the moment he noticed this. Do you want to know why I am laughing? Sea-Filing questioned while still chuckling. Not necessarily, no. Gustav answered before giving the limbless being an uppercut. Sea-Filing was sent flying to the end of the domain. Chapter 1396. How about I become you? Not necessarily, no. Gustav answered before giving the limbless being an uppercut. Sea-Filing was sent flying to the end of the domain. You are dead regardless, so you can keep your reason to yourself. Gustav voiced while heading forward. You lose. Gustav crimson. Sea-Filing coughed out more blood as Gustav arrived before him. Gustav raised his fist again when Sea-Filing revealed something. If I die, Zanpakuto will self-destruct. Gustav's arm froze in midair the moment he heard that. What do you mean by that? Gustav questioned with a disturbed expression. Did you think that universe was created with technology machinery alone? Half of its existence is tied to my creation ability. Your motley crew was wrong to think it is only tied to the existence of my vessel, Sea-Filing stated with a proud tone. Gustav fell completely silent after hearing this for a few seconds. So, it is just as I have said. My death would cause Zanpakuto to self-destruct, which means you will also be responsible for the death of billions, including your beloved little brother, Sea-Filing iterated. The place turned silent for a bit as Gustav's face displayed a look of contemplation. If you leave me alive, my T-VODs will eventually get into this space, and that would lead to me transporting you into Zanpakuto, so either way you lose. Which loss are you going to pick, Gustav Crimson? Sea-Filing floated. Chatter, chatter, chatter. The sound of loud chattering rang out in a very massive field filled with humanoid-structured, insect-like beings. Broken purplish collars were scattered across the place, which was a testament to the freedom of this particular species that numbered in the millions. Are we truly free now? It feels like the last 10 months have been a dream. Vilax came for us. Curse that soul that brought us here. One could hear their tones of joy as they held one another and encircled a group of 4 who looked just like them, but were dressed rather differently. We are not responsible for your freedom. He is. Vilax said while pointing at Endrick by the side. Dash the Earthling? Dash! I think I recognize him from Aesop. Dash! Isn't he the brother of that powerful Earth captain? They stared at Endrick with adoration as some of them remembered him from Aesop. Gustav Crimson is also here. If it wasn't for both brothers, we would never have found you all or even had the chance of staging a successful rescue. Ojark chimed in from the side. Our saviors. Thank you. They bowed with expressions of immense appreciation, thanking Endrick. Don't thank me yet. We still need to get out of Zanpakuto. Endrick waved his hand with a dismissive look. Vilax went on to give a brief narration of what they went through to get there and who exactly they were facing off against. He explained to his people that they were currently in a universe of Sea-Filing's making, and they needed to get out to be truly free. Endrick then went on to add that before he lost communication with Gustav, he was in a battle with Sea-Filing, and the status of that battle happened to be currently unknown, so they were on their own. They needed to find a way to leave there without his help. I have an idea, Vilax voiced out. Let's hear it. Endrick responded attentively. Remember I mentioned that there were other gateways to getting into Zanpakutu? All we just need to do is rewire, or rather corrupt and transition the energy of one of those heads and make it lead us to one of those gateways so we can use it to leave, Vilax explained with enthusiasm. I kind of got rid of them. Endrick had a slightly guilty expression as he responded. Vilax's enthusiasm instantly died down upon hearing that. Just when they began to think of other means of exiting, a loud, droning sound rang across the air. Everyone looked up and noticed a cloud of blackheads racing in their direction. Perhaps the heavens were listening, Endrick muttered with a light smile. Ha ha ha. Perhaps they were. Mylox yelled out with an excited expression as he sped forward. Prepare for battle, Vilax stated while levitating. Looks like our ticket out of here just arrived. Ozark smiled heartily as well as they prepared to engage the incoming army of T-Vods. If you leave me alive, my T-Vods will eventually get into this space, and that would lead to me transporting you into Zanpakutu, so either way you lose. Which loss are you going to pick, Gustav Crimson? Sea-Filing voiced with an extremely gloating tone. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of Sea-Filing minions, which he had just referred to as T-Vods, attacking the dark domain was still incredibly loud. Despite his pitiful-looking state, Sea-Filing had a victorious look on his face, knowing he had practically checkmated Gustav after letting him think he was winning. Gustav, who bore a troubled expression, suddenly smirked with a mischievous glint at the corner of his eyes. Sea-Filing was taken aback upon noticing the look on his face. I choose neither of the above, Gustav stated before ramming his fist into Sea-Filing's chest once more. Bang! Sea-Filing spat out another mouthful of blood as he stared at the crazed Gustav. What are you doing? Sea-Filing was completely appalled. You think my existence, my thoughts, my methods can be culled through conventional methods. You thought wrong. Gustav's fist slammed into Sea-Filing again, causing one of his 4 eyes to pop out of its socket. I could kill you right now, and he would still be safe. So long as he is, I care not about the fate of any other person. Gustav punched Sea-Filing once more. You seem to have overestimated my concern for these creatures. So what if they perish? Gustav raised Sea-Filing and stared into one of his 3 eyes that were left. So long as you perish with them. Do you think I give a damn? At this point, fear had crept its way into Sea-Filing's heart. He realized that he was staring into the eyes of a ruthless monster that wouldn't mind billions perishing so long as his goal was actualized. The only reason I am on a foolish hero's journey right now is because it is mandatory. However, I am not mandated to keep the species you so wrongfully captured alive. It is not my job, you fool, Gustav stated very coldly. Looks like this is where my sovereign conquest ends. Sea-Filing knew he was a goner at that point. Ended up dying at the hands of a 21-year-old, whereas he was centuries old. One couldn't fathom how humiliated Sea-Filing felt at the moment. But no, like I said, I am not picking any of the options you listed out. Gustav's face suddenly relaxed as he let go of Sea-Filing's limbless body. Sea-Filing was flabbergasted once more as he stared at Gustav. I have something else in mind. Gustav's statement made Sea-Filing feel a deep sense of foreboding, which is... Sea-Filing questioned, but instead of answering, Gustav's face suddenly warped. How about I become you? He stated after transforming into Sea-Filing's full look. Sea-Filing eyes widened in astonishment. You are a shapeshifter? Gustav smirked before grabbing Sea-Filing's head and activating another ability. Genetic assimilation has been activated. Gustav downloaded Sea-Filing's head down to its genetic and subatomic level. The moment he was done, it looked like there were 2 Sea-Filings within this space. Gustav instantly got linked with the disk, space vessel, Zanpakuto, and practically everything that was connected to C-Filing's mind. Since C-Filing's head was the only part of the body he genetically assimilated, Gustav couldn't use all of C-Filing's abilities, but he had gotten exactly what he wanted. C-Filing was still in awe, but at that point he recalled that he could send a warning signal to his minions so they wouldn't get fooled. However, before he could, darkness appeared on Gustav's face. Tekaphibe 6th dimension has been activated. How about you have a taste of your own medicine? Gustav muttered as his face swirled like it was made of black mud. The moment C-Filing stared at his face, he got sucked into the Tekaphibe 6th dimension. His link to the space vessel and the disc floating in the dark dimension was immediately cut off afterward. Gustav looked downwards at the disc and slightly raised his hand. The disc instantly floated upwards, following his command. Good! This ended way better than I anticipated, but the moment I deactivate the genetic assimilation, Zanpakuto will most likely self-destruct. I need to make sure that Endrik and the others are out first, Gustav thought while reaching out to grab the torn piece of jacket-like fabric C-Filing had left behind. He put it on and slowly unraveled the dark domain after mounting the disc. As the dark domain disintegrated, outer space was revealed. The vicinity was no longer completely dark, and the hundreds of thousands of T-Vods outside stopped attacking the moment they spotted C-Filing. Chapter 1397, Fraud Filing. The hundreds of thousands of T-Vods stopped attacking the moment they spotted C-Filing. Master, Pio voiced with reverence while speeding forward. Gustav stood atop the disc with a battered-looking figure and spoke. The assailant has been sent to Zanpakuto. Let us return, he added while the disc began to fly forward. Pio and the other T-Vods followed after him as they headed back to the space vessel. I knew that Master would turn out victorious, Pio praised as they arrived inside the massive space vessel. All thanks to the attacks from outside. Enough light was created to pull him into Zanpakuto. I have never faced such an opponent in all my years. Gustav Crimson is a very crafty being, Master, Pio replied with a tone of understanding while they headed for the throne room. This reminds me of why I never engage assailants. Subtlety should remain a key focus as we slowly achieve our objectives. Gustav had to make sure he also played the part so Pio wouldn't suspect anything. He had already expended a lot of energy. There were hundreds of thousands of T-Vods around him that could cause issues, and he also needed to get to the throne room so he could check on the situation of Endrik as well as the others. He couldn't afford to let them see through his guise. They soon arrived at the entrance of the throne room, and Gustav remained in C-Filing's skin as he walked towards the makeshift throne. Now that he had arrived there, he had some decisions to make. In the vast expanse of outer space, a fleet of sleek spacecraft were on a cosmic journey toward a distant destination. Against the backdrop of a celestial canvas adorned with distant stars and swirling nebulas, the fleet's synchronized propulsion systems hummed with a harmonious cadence, propelling them through the cosmic void. On board each spacecraft, advanced navigation systems hummed to life, plotting a course through the cosmic web. The celestial marks and distant constellations served as navigational aids, guiding the fleet on its interstellar journey with pinpoint precision. As the fleet approached the specified coordinates, a peculiar phenomenon unfolded on the space GPS consoles. The designated location blinked intermittently. The rhythmic pulsing of the GPS coordinates created a mesmerizing dance of light, aligning with the fleet's anticipated trajectory. It looks like we're close, one of the insect-like beings aboard stated with a tone of anticipation. Everyone, remember to follow protocol. Our priority remains our people. Another insect-like humanoid being clad in golden robes instructed solemnly. Understood, Handler 3. The beings clad in warrior-like outfits chanted respectfully. As the fleet neared the blinking coordinates, anticipation heightened among the crew. The rhythmic pulses of the space GPS became more pronounced, guiding the spacecraft through the final stretch of their interstellar route. Seated atop the massive glowing makeshift throne, Gustav stared at the lineup of TVODs before him. "Now I have full control," he said internally as TVODs upon TVODs continued to appear in the throne room. There was such a huge lineup of them that they extended out the entrance of the throne room. "Master, what are you doing?" P.O. asked from the side, but didn't get a response. Currently, every single one of C-Filing's minions was lining up in front based on Gustav's command. Even the organic beings, like the ones Vilax had found in the location he was sent to, were also lined up here. There weren't so many of them, so it was difficult to notice them. "P.O., join them," Gustav commanded. "Yes, Master." P.O. was curious, but it still couldn't defy C-Filing. It joined the front of the lineups, and the moment every single one of C-Filing's minions arrived, Gustav finally decided to speak. "I have one last command for you all." C-Filing's voice rang loudly across the space vessel. Last. P.O. and the organic minions who were capable of speech voiced in confusion. "Leave the vessel and self-destruct." C-Filing's voice rang out like a divine mandate that caused the vicinity to tremble. "But Master..." P.O. was the first who tried to speak up since it had been designed to be way better than the others. "I have made my decision. Do it now." C-Filing's voice rang once more, sending a wave of compulsion across the air. On another level of the space vessel, Endrick and the millions of Ozus behind him could be spotted making their way up to the last level of the space vessel. What did we just hear? Or was I the only one who heard it? Mylox voiced, very confused. "I did too," Lyark whispered. "What is C-Filing playing at?" Ozark questioned with a look of confusion. It turned out that they had managed to battle their way through the millions of TVODs that were sent after them. However, they didn't need to deal with every single one of them, since the TVODs remaining suddenly stopped attacking and left. Vilax and the others had been able to use their energy to reconfigure one of them and used it to lead them out of Zonpactu. They even helped a couple of species they could find along the way, which was why their numbers were much higher than previously estimated. Endrick decided they couldn't do too much, since they aimed to get out as soon as possible, so they had to ignore many others. They made their way out of Zonpactu minutes earlier and were climbing the levels to reach the makeshift throne room where most of the controls were centered. They suddenly heard C-Filing's instruction for all his minions to leave the vessel and self-destruct, which left them with great confusion. "We will find out what he is up to when we get up there," Vilax stated with a spiteful tone. "But if he is there, then does that mean Gustav lost?" Ozark questioned with a disturbed look. Endrick's face squeezed up the moment he heard that. He didn't want to accept it, but with everything that he had witnessed, he hoped Gustav was okay. As they arrived at the second to the last floor where the makeshift throne room was located, they noticed that a number of the non-organic minions were still heading out. A number of them already left, but due to their high numbers, it was still taking time for them all to leave. "Mylox, stay here with everyone else," Endrick instructed. Why?" Mylox questioned. "Because we don't know what to expect when we get up there. It would be unwise to take them all with us only for C-Filing to send them back to Zonpactu. We don't want wasted efforts," Endrick explained. "I will stay back too and try to check for escape pods so we can have the chance to get our people off the vessel as soon as possible," Lyark said with a low tone. "Okay, you do that." Endrick nodded before gesturing for Vilax and Ozark to follow him. They headed towards the tube-like space that extended upwards and ascended with speed. In just a few moments, they arrived on the path that led to the makeshift throne room. Fwy, a couple more TVODs were still whisking past, but they didn't stop to bother the trio in the slightest. It was almost as if they couldn't see the infiltrators. As Endrick, Ozark, and Vilax arrived at the throne room entrance, the last TVOD was the only being left in the throne room with C-Filing. C-Filing. Endrick yelled with intense animosity, not noticing the struggling TVOD. Where is my brother? Where is Gustav? He added, while telekinetic energy began to drift out of his figure immensely. Oh, you want a rematch? C-Filing questioned with a rather playful smirk. You bastard. Tell me where he is? Endrick voiced as rage began to build up within. C-Filing stood up from a massive throne and walked elegantly till he arrived before Endrick. Why do you think I am letting my minions go? C-Filing questioned. What exactly are you playing at? Endrick's rage got a little nestled as he recalled the oddity. C-Filing proceeded to flick Endrick's forehead with his index finger. Come on, figure it out. You're not that dumb. He chuckled lightly before turning around. Endrick's eyes widened as he came to a sudden realization. You're not C-Filing, he stated. Bingo, C-Filing said while moving towards P.O., who happened to be twitching with greenish electricity swimming around it. You are not Master. How are you doing this? P.O. questioned while struggling. Secret. You can't fight against my command because I indeed have control over you. The more you fight it, the more likely you are to get destroyed from the inside out. C-Filing voiced before moving towards the makeshift throne once more. Wait, I'm confused. If that isn't C-Filing, then who is that person? Ozark questioned with a tone of curiosity. It is my brother, Gustav, Endrick responded. Fraud, 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 fraud. P.O. kept chanting repeatedly. Chapter 1398, Recovering Circe. It is my brother, Gustav, Endrick responded. Fraud, 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 fraud. P.O. kept chanting repeatedly. You should have already figured it out since the command. Gustav clicked his tongue lightly in disappointment. That's Gustav. How is he doing this? Vilax asked with an even more befuddled tone. Just sit back and enjoy the show, even if it is almost over, Gustav responded from up ahead while taking a seat on the throne magnificently. Ozark and Vilax were still in disbelief. Was it truly over now? Did Gustav actually win against C-Filing? That terrifying being? As much as it was difficult to believe, the reality unraveling before them depicted that it truly was the case. P.O. soon couldn't hold back anymore and flew out of the throne room after a few more seconds. The loud explosions rocking outer space in the distance could be felt even within the vessel, so they knew that C-Filing's minions had been truly dealt with. Every single one of them. If that was the case, then did it mean they were now in control of the space vessel? I am currently in control of Zonpactu. However, the moment I go back to my usual look, it would self-destruct. Now you have a choice. Do you want the other species within Zonpactu to be saved as well? Gustav questioned. You can save them? Really? Vilax couldn't believe his ears. I can. With the disk's power, I can get all of them out of there, Gustav replied. Do it then. Ozark had an excited look as she stated. They already felt guilty about only saving their people and leaving the other species there in bondage. Gustav's revelation about having the power to free everyone gave them a sense of relief. Will the vessel be enough to contain them all? Endrick questioned rationally. Let's hope it does, Gustav replied while planting his index finger on his cylindrical forehead and closing all four of his eyes. The group watched as the disc flew out of the throne room. They knew Gustav was at it, so they decided not to make any noise, so as not to distract him. I wonder why C-Filing created a vessel this large just to keep the species in an entirely different location, Vilax questioned softly. I believe it was because he couldn't put them all in bondage, Endrick explained. The vessel must have been his initial plan till that problem came into view, which is why there are so many levels imbued with space expansion machines, he added. This means there is a chance of the vessel being capable of containing everyone. Ozark voiced from the side. We shall see, Vilax mumbled. After a few minutes, species trapped within Zonpactu began to appear all over the space vessel in droves. Millions of them appeared on the different levels across the vessel while the purplish shackles around their necks fell off. Huh. What is going on? I think I have my free will again. We are no longer in that dreadful place, draining our lives away. They looked like they had just awoken from a deep sleep, but a lot of them recalled everything that they had been unwillingly doing for the past couple of years. We still look like we are in there. This place is different. Loud chatters rang out all across the floors as every single location in the vessel became crowded. TH1S chapter is updated by N. Uvel/bin/, while the freed species within the vessel were filled with confusion. Gustav's image suddenly appeared as a projection on every floor. The freed species found themselves staring at footage of Gustav who had returned to his original look. You are free. The species who were initially confused were brought up to speed as Gustav explained that he and the others originally infiltrated this vessel to free the Ozus. Gustav also told them that since they managed to successfully deal with sea-filing, they added saving everyone to the mix, and that Zanpakutu was about to self-destruct. A lot of them felt melancholic the moment Gustav mentioned the destruction of Zanpakutu. It turned out that those abducted at the earlier stages of sea-filing's goal to have every species in the galaxy had been working on building Zanpakutu for over a century already. Although the concept of time within Zanpakutu was much different from outside, that was already most of their lives. There was no doubt that they were in bondage, but hearing that something they had spent a long period of their lives building was getting destroyed still made them feel disheartened. Gustav went on to explain that since they were free, they of course could decide their fates from henceforth. Vilax went on to appear in view and address the masses about how the Ozus would ensure that every species returned to their rightful place in the universe. Sea-filing was no longer in the picture, but he had left the vessel behind which Gustav had reconfigured to make Vilax the new owner before he transformed to his original look. Gustav had cut off all ties Zanpakutu had to the space vessel as well, so it wouldn't be affected after its self-destruct. Cheers! Cheers! Chatter! The entire space vessel erupted in cheers as the groups of species which numbered in the billions praised their saviors for their rescue. Looks of anticipation and relief could be seen on the faces of many of them. Vilax and the others had truly volunteered to do the rest of the work, so it was finally time for Gustav to relax. Within the throne room, he stepped down from the throne. Isn't there something you all forgot? Gustav questioned while creasing his eyebrows. Ozark and Vilax voiced in confusion, but Endrik came to a realization. However, before he could speak, Gustav revealed what he was talking about. Circe, he stated. Their faces lit up with shock as they looked around. TSK, y'all couldn't even be bothered to look for her, Gustav added while trotting forward. I thought she was maybe trapped on one of the floors, and we could get her after sea-filing was fully dealt with, Vilax tried to explain with a guilt-stricken expression. That is a very ignorant statement coming from someone such as yourself, Vilax. What if sea-filing had done irreversible damage to her and none of you had realized any better till this whole ordeal ended? Gustav had already arrived at the entry point of the throne room at this point. We're sorry for being so slow. We'll look for her, Ozark assured from the side. There's no need. I already found and freed her, Gustav replied while walking out. Freed her. Vilax and Ozark were both confused. Sea-filing didn't just put her on any level, he put her in experimentation. Endrik seemed to have realized everything now. Experimentation? How? He surely couldn't have done anything to her since we got here, right? Ozark had a worried expression while questioning. We have been on sea-filing for over 2 weeks already, and here for up to a week. A week is a lot of time for a lot of things to go down. Also, sea-filing just left her there to those heads. Endrik answered while following after Gustav. It was truly as Endrik said. Sea-filing was curious about Circe, who had the DNA of 2 different species in her while not being a native of Earth. So he had put her in the experimentation lab to have the TVODs take a look at her, since he had built those particular bots to be well-versed in science. It wasn't until after Gustav returned to the vessel as C-filing that he knew exactly where she was and what she had been going through. Fortunately, he had asked every single minion to self-destruct, so Cersei was freed from them. Gustav decided to handle everything else about the Zanpakutu, since it was a very grave situation, before finally heading to her. He was greeted by the sights of the species he had saved, who let out words of appreciation upon seeing him. Gustav didn't want to concern himself with that and went invisible after some time. He wanted to avoid getting delayed as he approached one of the floors. Upon arriving on his floor of interest, there were still a lot of species there as well, but at the end of the floor he found himself in front of a secluded space. This was one of the few parts on the vessel that none of the species had been able to occupy. Gustav finally revealed his presence as 2 massive metallic doors slid sideways. What appeared in Gustav's view next was a labyrinth of interconnected chambers. Glass enclosures, pulsating with artificial atmospheres, housed a diverse array of life forms. Alien flora with luminescent petals swayed gently in simulated cosmic winds, while peculiar organisms wriggled within containment tanks filled with liquid that defied universal colors. The experimentation space had shelves that were lined with meticulously labeled containers, each housing a specimen of organic or alien origin. Chapter 1399, finding a sample. Gustav walked through the midst of towering structures that housed things that were difficult for the human mind to comprehend. It seemed like he already knew where to look. He soon arrived a couple of feet from a massive medical table that looked like multiple silver plaques stacked atop one another. A figure sat before its edge and leaned against it with its back. They seemed like they were currently asleep while clad in a patient robe. Gustav arrived before them and squatted. "Pat, Pat." Gustav gently tapped their face twice before speaking. "Cersei, are you okay?" Squish, flicker. Cersei's cute eyes slowly flickered open, and Gustav was taken aback the moment he noticed the grayness in her eyes. "Father, is that you?" she questioned cutely. Yes, it's me, Gustav. Can you see me?" Gustav questioned as he waved his hand before her face. "I can hear you," Cersei answered while a smile appeared on her face. This response instantly gave Gustav his answer. Cersei had gone blind. What happened? How did this? Gustav's raised his voice in anguish. "It's okay, father. I am fine." Cersei held his hand and smiled heartily. "Especially now that you are here," she added. While Cersei's hand was resting on his, Gustav decided to pry into her memories. Memory siphoning has been activated. A stream of memories flowed in Gustav's mind, which further incensed him as he witnessed everything the TVODs did to her while they were trying to take care of C-filing. The space vessel began to quake as Gustav's anger rose, and he suddenly felt the urge to rip C-filing into a million pieces. The girl had gone through a whole lot in the past week, yet she told Gustav she was perfectly okay. "Good thing I can do that with my 6th realm. I will make C-filing suffer more," Gustav swore internally. "I can only hope that recovery pills work," Gustav muttered as he realized that Cersei had been blind for 4 days already. Gustav proceeded to take a pill out of his storage space and placed it in between Cersei's lips. After Cersei swallowed, Gustav waited to see if there would be any changes. While he was waiting, he noticed something. Adjacent to the medical stacks of plaques, floating crystalline structures suspended within force fields defied the laws of conventional physics, casting prismatic reflections across the experiment space. It wasn't that Gustav didn't notice this area initially, he just hadn't paid any attention, but now that he did, his face lit up with suspicion. An ashy ethereal substance could be seen almost flickering in and out of existence as it swam within one of the floating crystalline structures. It seemed to be a trap within. Despite there being other things of interest, This one in particular had pulled Gustav's attention because it looked like something he had been after for a very long time. Is that a sample of a warp demolator? Gustav couldn't believe his eyes as he slowly approached. Gustav arrived before it and studied the odd-looking substance again that almost seemed alive. Does this mean C-Filing has come into contact with the warp demolator before? The more Gustav thought about it, the more it made sense to him. C-Filing was a being that had been traveling across the galaxy for centuries already, long before he came into existence. It was no wonder how he knew about something that even the higher-ups from Earth didn't believe existed. Gustav reached out to grab the floating crystalline container and snapped his finger. Zing! The container vanished into his personal space. Gustav's eyes lit up with a look of intrigue. I could ask C-Filing about what he has learned. Looks like coming here wasn't entirely a waste of time, Gustav said internally before returning to Cersei. He noticed she had already gotten to her feet, and all the cuts, as well as bruises across her body, had disappeared. Cersei no longer looked fatigued and battered. However, the grayness in her eyes remained. Cersei, how is it? Can you? Gustav waved his hand before her once more, and she just proceeded to smile. It is fine, she stated. How many fingers am I holding up? Gustav inquired. Cersei shook her head in response, and Gustav immediately confirmed that she still couldn't see. This means she will need to get medical care. Good thing we're headed to Earth next. Gustav was of course still disappointed with how things turned out for Cersei, but he knew it was only a temporary situation. Now that their next plan was to head back to Earth, he could definitely have Cersei attended to by health professionals there. Come on, let's go, Gustav said while softly holding on to Cersei's hand. Just as they took a step forward, an alarm suddenly began blaring. Tinin, Dian, proximity alert, Gustav's eyes squinted as he looked forward with suspicion. He stepped forward and instantly arrived at the entry point of the experimentation space where Endrick was waiting for him. What is it now? Gustav questioned with Cersei by his side. I don't know for sure, but a fleet of spacecraft seems to be approaching, Endrick answered. Gustav's suspicion further increased, and just as they decided to head towards the throne room to get a better grasp of the situation, loud blasts rang out. Bang! 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 The space vessel quaked, and loud cries rang out in the next instant as many species lost their footing. Looks like they opened fire! Gustav was even more bothered about the situation as he wondered if C-Filing had any other support that he knew nothing about. Fwaiwai, his figure vanished in the next instant, alongside Cersei and Endrick as they swiftly headed for the throne room. They arrived there before long, even though the vessel had taken multiple more outside blasts. At that point, Gustav's perception was no longer hindered within the vessel, so he could sense the approaching fleet in outer space. The moment they stepped into the throne room, multiple holographic visuals appeared in their line of sight, showing the war fleet of battle spacecraft. Who are they and why are they suddenly attacking us? Endrick questioned. Vilax, who was standing before a bunch of control panels, had a look of distress on his face. Gustav knew what his look meant. Vilax knew exactly who was attacking them. Who are they? Gustav asked while approaching. It's our people. They must have arrived thinking we still need help dealing with C-Filing. Vilax spilled the tea. Your people. Gustav's face turned dark. How did they find us? Endrick questioned from behind. Well, that's because... Ozark paused for a bit as she began to realize the severity of the situation. When we sent Volpork back, we left him with a tracking signal he could use to get back to us, Vilax tried to explain. You allowed us to be tracked? Endrick questioned with a look of betrayal. So this was a setup then? Gustav questioned as a fierce energy began to radiate from his figure. No, it wasn't a setup. Ozark quickly discarded. We were afraid of not being able to deal with C-Filing all by ourselves and let them track us just in case we get into a precarious situation. They would have saved us, Vilax explained. You did that while knowing your people would be out to get me. Makes me truly question your intentions, Gustav stated with a strong tone of mistrust. Believe me, Gustav, Vilax has no bad intentions towards you. Milox suddenly walked into the throne room. At first, I wanted nothing more than to capture you, but Vilax was always against it. Even back at the ring, he was one of the very few that claimed you were not to blame. Milox arrived before Gustav while explaining. Even I don't believe you have a hand in the destruction of our planet anymore after everything you have done for us. I have no intention of trying to capture you as well. The only reason Vilax allowed the tracking signal was because he was worried. If we had truly been in a precarious situation, their arrival would have helped, Milox explained further. It doesn't change the fact that he has led them right to me, Gustav stated. We will explain the situation to them. You don't have to worry about anything, Ozark responded with an enthusiastic look. They will be grateful when they hear of everything that happened, Vilax added. Nah, I think I have lived long enough to know how these types of situations will end up. Gustav shook his head lightly. Just because you won't try to harm me doesn't mean the rest of your people will share such sentimentality. This is a reminder not to purchase beyond Tier 2 privilege. Only Tier 1 and 2 privileges are available for purchase. If you choose not to listen to warnings, your complaints will be ignored later on. Month goals. 500 golden tickets equals 4 chapters mass release. 1,000 golden tickets equals 8 chapters mass release. 1,000 privilege unlocks equals 2 extra chapters. 10,000 privilege unlocks equals 10 extra chapters. 1 magic castle equals 1 extra. Chapter 1 spacecraft equals 2 extra chapters. Golden Gashapon equals 4 extra chapters and a special shootout. Chapter 1400. Standing up for Gustav. Gustav's words hit them like a train, causing them to remain rooted in place with thoughts running through their mind. If their experiences had taught them anything, they knew he was right. So what do we do now? Outside of the space vessel, loads of spacecraft could be spotted trying to encircle the gigantic flying structure. The Ozus hadn't expected to meet such a large spacecraft drifting across space. Despite their numbers, they still seemed like ants before its massiveness. Our attacks have not managed to break the protective barrier surrounding it, one of the Ozus in warrior outfit reported. Keep bombarding it. The protective barrier cannot hold forever, Handler 3 commanded from within one of the spacecraft. Isn't it concerning how it hasn't attacked back? Surely such a large spaceship will have powerful artillery, another handler questioned in bafflement. I am wondering as well. We have been attacking for minutes, and yet no counter. Could C-Filing be so confident in his barrier that he believes we will never break through? Handler 3 responded with a contemplative tone. Check for weak spots and... While Handler 3 was about to give out another command, the massive projection of a familiar figure suddenly appeared before the space vessel. Handlers, please cease fire. The voice of the figure that was projected rang loudly within the fleets of spacecraft strewn across that part of outer space. Vilax. Handler 3 muttered with a bewildered tone. Everyone else was just as shocked as they ceased fire while Vilax continued speaking. C-Filing has been successfully dealt with, and our people are free, he revealed. The Ozus were even more shocked after his revelation. They had not expected the group to succeed and arrived with the urgency to offer assistance while expecting to lose a lot of troops in the process. However, they proved that the reverse was the case. Vilax went on to open an access area for the troops to fly in so they could see the present state of things within the space vessel. While they moved in, a dark spacecraft was ejected from the back of the vessel unbeknownst to the Ozus coming in. Handler 3 and a lot of other handlers arrived at the throne room, and they seemed to be engaged in a conversation with Vilax and the others. Gustav, Endrick, and Cersei were the only ones not in sight. You 4 truly got rid of C-Filing, freed our people and the other species in bondage, and took over his vessel. Handler 3 was truly astonished. Yes, with the help of Gustav Crimson and his brother Endrik, Vilax answered truthfully. Volapork mentioned the universal fugitive to think he could try to fix what he caused. Handler 3 stated with a look of respect. He is not to blame for what happened to our home world. If anything, we should be grateful he agreed to help, because if it wasn't for him, we would have failed, Vilax voiced with a stubborn look. There you go again. Handler's 5 feminine voice rang out from the side. He is telling the truth. There is still no concrete proof that Gustav Crimson is to blame for what happened. From what eyewitnesses claim, he even fought to hold back the assaulters and saved a lot of our people when the incident occurred. Ozark chimed in, supporting Vilax's claim of Gustav's innocence. You too. Handler 5 was surprised to see that Ozark had joined the fray, but she didn't know that it wasn't the end. I agree with them. Before knowing Gustav Crimson, I agreed to claims of him being a planet destroyer, but now I no longer believe such claims. Especially when he put a pause on his endeavor to free our people, Mylox finally spoke as well. He is innocent. Lyark was about adding when Handler 3 butted in. Enough! His voice commanded enough respect to bring quietness. His fate will be decided after we put him in custody. Where is Gustav Crimson? Handler 3 questioned. Gustav was right, even though we tried to reason with them from our point of view. They still failed to understand. Vilax nearly face-bombed in frustration. He is gone. Ozark answered Handler 3. Handler 3's face instantly displayed a look of annoyance. You 4 let the universal fugitive escape? Why would we hold an innocent person back from leaving? Vilax asked with a slight tone of ridicule. You fools! Our seat at the top of the Alliance would have been restored if you had held that fugitive back. Handler 5 yelled from the side with anguish. In the end, that is what all this is about. Your greed, Vilax shook his head. You little. Handler 5 was about to lose her cool when Handler 3 gave her a sharp glare from the side. She instantly kept quiet, while Handler 3 let out a sigh before facing his son. Do you realize the gravity of your act? Father, tell me why an innocent person who has just saved the lives of billions should be put in custody? Is that how we repay people now? Vilax questioned with a look of disappointment. Listen, son, I understand your sentimentality, but if we had regained our seat, then we could have advocated for Gustav to be freed afterward, because at the very least we would have a say in the Alliance. Handler 3 tried to explain, but Vilax stood his ground. If he was caught and handed to the Alliance, he would have no chance against the allegations placed on him. The greediness of you lots will never let you view his situation with a clean state of mind. He will turn into a lab rat just so you lots can satisfy your selfish wants to see how he ticks and weaponize him for yourselves. There's no reason why good should be repaid with evil, but I understand that this is the way of the universe. I am glad that he is gone. Vilax folded his arms after speaking and let out a heavy breath of relief. The entire makeshift throne room turned silent for some time as Vilax's words lingered in the ears of everyone. It was truly as he said. Gustav was an irregular existence that every single planet under the Alliance was interested in, especially the leaders. It was bad enough that even his planet of origin, Earth, wanted a piece of the cake too when they were supposed to protect him since he was one of their own. If we're looking to get our seat back at the top of the Alliance, saving billions under bondage and getting rid of sea filing should help. Ozark suggested they took credit for this instead of dwelling on trying to capture their savior. You. Handler 3 was about to speak when he got interrupted by a call from one of the Ozus warriors behind. A spacecraft was intercepted by our fleet radar minutes ago, leaving this vessel, the Ozus warrior announced. Vilax, Ozark, and the others instantly bore looks of concern the moment they heard that. It must be Gustav Crimson. Handler 5 yelled. What do we do, Handler 3? The warrior questioned. Give chase, of course. Handler 5 and some of the other handlers present pressed for action. The warrior waited for Handler 3 to speak. Father. Vilax called out from the side after noticing the look of contemplation on his father's face. Handler 3 let out a sigh before answering, Stand down. What? The 3 other handlers in the room yelled simultaneously. The warrior nodded before turning around to leave and spread Handler 3's command through the comms. We have been ordered to stand down. I repeat, stand down. His voice trailed off into the distance as he left the makeshift throne room. What are you doing? Handler 5 seethed like a boiling kettle. I mentioned earlier that our priority is to our people. Anything concerning Gustav Crimson comes after. Let us now go attend to our people. They need us, Handler 3 stated in response before turning around to walk away. The others were left in place, speechless, since they couldn't find a way to refute his statement at the moment. He had also left them without the chance to reply since he was heading out. Vilax smiled before running after his father to lead him to where the Ozus were positioned. He proceeded to tell him more about everything that had happened so far and how Gustav single-handedly faced sea-filing. The more Vilax spoke, the higher Handler 3's horror grew. At first, it was respect, but it slowly turned into intense wariness. For Gustav to have increased in strength to the point where he could take on an opponent like sea-filing, it was no trifling feat now. He understood why Gustav had been able to escape getting caught since he became wanted. There was no guarantee that even the army he brought along would have been able to deal with sea-filing, and yet Gustav won his battle against him. Didn't that mean that they would have failed to capture him if they wanted to? Chapter 14, A One Wanted Dead or Alive. Didn't that mean that they would have failed to capture him if they wanted to? In the far reaches of the galaxy, a group of assailants clad in crimson robes and adorned with eerie fox masks appeared on an alien planet that thrived with vibrant energy. Its towering spires and bustling streets were filled with beings from countless different species, all living harmoniously. The tranquilness of the city they appeared in was suddenly shattered when the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an eerie twilight upon the land. The citizens were going about their usual routines, unaware of the imminent peril that awaited them. As darkness enveloped the city, a loud explosion rang out. Boom! The central power station, a vital hub that controlled the city's grid, was destroyed, plunging the alien city into darkness. Panic spread like wildfire as the once illuminated city became a maze of confusion and fear. We are the Gustavo Alliance. As the citizens stumbled through the darkness, trying to make sense of what was happening, a loud voice suddenly rang out, and with it came a massive projection of a being clad in crimson robes and wearing a mask. While the panic was still spreading, the figure continued speaking. With the name of our Lord and Savior Gustav Crimson, we bring retribution upon this city. The moment the sentence ended, a bright yellow twinkle appeared in the north sky. The citizens at first didn't know what to make of it until it grew larger, and in the blink of an eye, they recognized what it was. A meteor! The cries and panic in the city increased as they tried to make their way to safety. The massive meteor gleaming intensely in the night sky had given them illumination, but it was practically impossible to outrun it. A bunch of similarly looking whitish species ascended across the air while giving off powerful energies in a bid to stop the descent of the meteor, but in the next instant, they realized how futile it was. ZHHINN, 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 hundreds more meteors, just as massive, appeared from other locations as well. Just a single one was enough to wipe out the entire city, and yet 100 more had appeared. The Gustavo Alliance had left them with no chance of survival. Meet your justifiable end. The loud voice rang out once more as the first meteor hit. Boom! Its descent was accompanied by a cacophony of thunderous booms, as if the very heavens were being rent apart. They all looked up in both awe and terror as more of the celestial bodies hurtled toward them. Shock waves emanated like ripples on a disturbed pond, shaking the planet and rattling everything in their path. The force of its descent created a symphony of destruction, shattering windows, fracturing walls, and cracking the very foundations of the planet. Their impact unleashed a cataclysmic explosion that seemed to defy the very laws of physics. Blazing flames erupted, consuming everything in their path and reducing buildings to smoldering rubble. The shock wave, akin to a mighty tempest, reverberated outward, creating a domino effect of destruction in its wake. Earth, in a sleek and modern boardroom adorned with polished walnut furniture and floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of the city, an important meeting was taking place. The room buzzed with anticipation as high-ranking authorities, each dressed in crisp uniforms, took their seats around a grand crystalline floating table. At the head of the table sat General Chell, a stern and formidable MBO figure known for his outer space travels. His eyes bore the weight of his experiences, and his presence commanded respect from all those present. To his left was Grand Commander Cheyenne and a couple of other generals. Many high-ranking MBO officers could also be spotted in the space. As the meeting began, the air became charged with a sense of purpose and determination. General Chell wasted no time in setting the agenda for his return to Earth. The room fell silent as he outlined the pressing matters at hand, the meeting he had with the top brass of the Alliance a couple of days ago. The Gustavo Alliance struck again. Another 3 million lives were lost, General Chell stated. The meeting with the top leaders of the Alliance ended in a stalemate on whether or not to change the details of Gustav being wanted. If they eventually go through with changing the details, Gustav Crimson is as good as dead, General Chell added. That would be a foolhardy decision, Grand Commander Cheyenne chimed in from the side. The Gustavo Alliance has nothing to do with Gustav Crimson. Gustav Crimson is a loner who likes to do everything alone. The few he allowed to become his friends are all here on Earth, so killing Gustav Crimson because of the Gustavo Alliance would be foolhardy, he added. I can't entirely agree with you, Grand Commander Cheyenne. Even if the Gustav Crimson is not affiliated with the Gustavo Alliance, killing him would end the workings of the Alliance. Since they commit these nefarious acts in his name and claim to worship him as their god. If their god was dead, surely they would no longer believe in him and put a stop to everything they've been up to. General Chell spoke from another point of view. And what if they don't stop? What if that just pulls a trigger which ends up worsening the situation and makes the Gustavo Alliance go on a frenzy? Grand Commander Cheyenne questioned with a distressed tone. I don't think that will happen, another general voiced from the side, supporting General Chell. They worship him after all. No one worships a dead god, he added. Sirs, if I may, a commander voiced from the side. I will suggest we remain on the side of Gustav being wanted alive and not alive or dead. We should be trying to protect our own no matter what may have happened, especially when Gustav Crimson has no hand in the deaths of those extraterrestrial species. Shouldn't the Alliance focus more on bringing the Gustavo Alliance to justice than arguing about whether or not to kill Gustav? Imagine a person committed a crime and claimed to do it in the name of the Grand Commanders. Would you advocate for the Grand Commanders to be slain? The commander added, Aren't you the commander who is like a guardian to Gustav Crimson? General Chell questioned. It matters not what he means to me. I am just giving a rational opinion. If Gustav Crimson is to meet his end, it should be at our hands and not that of the Alliance. This commander happened to be Xanatus. He had gained enough rank to be a part of the meeting. General Chell and some others seemed to recall just how close he was to Gustav when he was still a Gradier, and assumed he was speaking from a place of sentimentality. Commander Xanatus speaks the truth. It says a lot about us if we choose to go forth with such a decision for one of our own who has also saved this planet several times, Grand Commander Cheyenne supported from the sides. It says a lot about us that one of our own is slaughtering innocents across galaxies, General Chell chimed in. It has been made clear to you that Gustav Crimson has no motive for engaging in such acts. I have made my decision, General Chell. At the next meeting with the Alliance higher-ups, inform them that Earth is against changing the details of Gustav being wanted. If they are truly concerned about bringing the Gustavo Alliance to justice, a task force can be set up to specially go after them. We will allow some of our most decorated officers to be a part of it. Grand Commander Cheyenne's lengthy response gave no more room for arguments. Understood, Grand Commander Cheyenne. General Chell may be the MBO they had chosen to appear in most meetings for them, but he was still below Grand Commander Cheyenne in ranking. No one was allowed to go against the commands of the Grand Commanders, regardless of how high they were in the MBO. Now, on to the next topic of the day. The Death Angel, perched atop a towering mountain. The view of a futuristic metropolitan city could be spotted in the distance. Its streets teeming with bustling crowds and gleaming hovering vehicles that flew to and from bluish rings. Some citizens on the sidewalks stepped into glowing circles stationed in multiple areas and vanished in the next instant. The sun's golden rays danced upon the mirrored surfaces of the towering skyscrapers, casting a mesmerizing sparkle that was visible even from that great height. The architecture itself was a sight to behold. Flashy holographic billboards adorned the sides of buildings, advertising the latest technological marvels and showcasing the artistic flair of the city's inhabitants. The structures reached unimaginable heights, with innovative designs that defied the laws of gravity. Twisty spires melted seamlessly into curvaceous shapes, creating an otherworldly view. A group of 3 who were positioned atop that mountain peered into the distance with different expressions on their faces, ranging from nostalgia to fascination. New WSA book. Add reincarnated as AMC with the highest compatibility rate to your library. Thanks, beaming face with smiling eyes. Chapter 1402. He is here. A group of 3 who were positioned atop the mountain peered into the distance with different expressions on their faces, ranging from nostalgia to fascination. We're back, Endrick voiced with a reminiscent look. Wipe that look off your face. We're not here to have a good time, Gustav reminded Endrick. I can't see it, but I can sense that it is beautiful. Is this where Father grew up? Cersei questioned from the side. Yeah, and it is truly beautiful, but don't let that fool you. Underneath all of that beauty lies the ugliness of earthlings, Gustav replied while turning around. Cersei had a slightly confused look after hearing that. Of course, she couldn't understand the mixture of dreadful and delightful memories Gustav had harnessed from growing up in Plankton City. They can't detect our spacecraft, right? Endrick questioned. I activated incognito mode before transporting us here with a dimensional bracelet, Gustav replied while stepping into the spacecraft. I have to inform E that we are here, he added. Usually Earth couldn't be infiltrated by any spacecraft due to the barrier that surrounded it unless the MBO gave access. However, Gustav still had multiple areas on Earth with a spatial marking, so he could return to such places any time he wished without having to be bothered about the barrier. So long as the dimensional bracelet had enough power. Gustav stared at his dimensional bracelet as he sat before a panel in the control room. Energy levels. 0%. It will take at least 2 weeks before it regains enough power for usage. Gustav sighed inwardly, while hoping a scenario wouldn't play out where he needed to use the dimensional bracelet as a means of escape. Gustav tapped on multiple buttons before him, and a small vibration rang out depicting that a call was going through. The moment the person on the other end accepted the call, a loud yell rang out. Dude, I have been fucking trying to contact you for ages. Relax. Don't fucking tell me to relax. Where the hell have you been? You had my ass worried. Now I sound like my mama. Calm down, man. We ran into issues and couldn't use the communication transmission in some regions of outer space, Gustav tried to explain. Checks out. I left a bunch of messages, though. Did you bother to check them? Ee inquired like a nagging wife. I am just realizing that you did. I was kinda in a life or death type of situation, so... Gustav said with a wry tone. So you didn't check them, MF. It felt like E wanted to strangle Gustav through the transmission. Why is the transmission feedback so smooth? Like you're close by or something. E.'s tone had a tinge of suspicion. Hold on, playing your messages now. Gustav hollered for E to reduce his voice. Yo, Gus been trying to reach you? Where you? Get back to me, ASAP. Yo, Gus. It's been a week, you good? I have vital information you need to hear. Contact me as soon as possible. E messages over the last 2 months continued to play out. It's been a month, brah. Did something happen to you out there? I have tried to contact you over and over again. Yo, Gus. The information I've been trying to pass is about Jack and Mac's return. The Grand Commanders requested his return to guard the location where the captured Death Angel is being held. Remember I told you something happened. Turns out that the initial place was attacked. I can't give more info over transmission, since it could get traced if I speak on here for too long. Just postpone your trip to Earth. It won't be smart to come here when the world's strongest mixed blood is on the planet. After the last message ended, Gustav let out a oops. Did you listen to them all? E inquired from the other end. Yeah, I did, Gustav replied. So, just postpone your trip to Earth. I reckon that Jack and Mac won't be here for too long. At most 1 or 2 months. They tend to go off Earth a lot, so after they leave, you can return Suggested with a concerned tone. About that, the advice kinda came in too late, Gustav voiced softly. What do you mean? Questioned with confusion in his voice. I am here, Gustav stated. What do you mean by you are here? Oh, wait, you fucker. S tone went from confusion to realization very quickly. You are on Earth. What the fuck? E added, and one could hear the sound of objects falling to the floor from the other end. This information had left E extremely flustered. Relax, it's not that bad. Gustav tried to calm Dude, how the fuck am I more worried about your safety than you are? E said in response. Because we probably don't have much to worry about. Gustav stated. Yeah, we probably don't have much to worry about when a universal fugitive who is at the beta rank is on the same planet with an MBO agent who is considered the strongest at beacon rank. E voiced with sarcasm. I get what you mean, but I can escape his detection simply by shape-shifting. So long as he isn't within proximity, he will never be able to feel that something is off, Gustav assured E. Where the hell are you right now? E inquired. In the heart of a towering skyscraper, nestled high above the bustling streets below, lay a living room space with 4 figures seated within. The room had a breathtaking view of a futuristic metropolitan city on the left, beckoning with its shimmering lights and dazzling architecture. From its vantage point, one could view the city humming with life. Streams of commuters rush by, their silhouettes blurring into an endless stream, while hover cars navigate through the labyrinthine streets. Nice place, Gustav said to E. Was only able to afford it by selling you out, E replied with a wry smile. It is okay, though. It was my plan, remember? Gustav reminded E, who seemed to feel guilty. Yes, E slouched on the seat opposite Gustav while turning to stare at Cersei. Who is she? He questioned. A long story, Gustav replied. It's been almost a year, so that makes sense, but tell me all about your endeavors outside of the planet, E said with excitement on his face. Where do I start? You probably already know a couple since we were mostly in touch. Gustav decided to narrate the sequences of some major things that occurred during his time outside of Earth. Cersei mostly listened while Gustav, and Endrick caught up. Their discussion lasted hours, and by the time they had narrated most of the events that transpired outside of the planet, was left awestruck. "You fought a being like that, and won." Inquired while referring to sea filing. At that point, he wondered if there was still any need for Gustav to keep running and hiding. "Barely. I would have lost if the fight continued in the vessel," Gustav chipped in. "But you didn't use your cosmic superior abilities." Reminded Gustav. "I haven't used it in months, especially after I found out they had a way of tracking cosmic superior energy," Gustav replied. "Oh, yeah, that is true, but then you could literally stop anyone with that, though." Felt like he was missing something. "Perhaps or perhaps not. Anyways, did I tell you about why I had to return?" Gustav changed the subject. "You haven't." Lightly shook his head. "I believe someone cloned my cells," Gustav stated bluntly. "What the hell?" He thought he had run out of surprises for the day till Gustav dropped the bombshell. In the heart of a futuristic enclave, a 12-foot-tall figure stood amidst the amalgamation of a sleek office and a personal laboratory. The towering, young-looking man exuded an air of both sophistication and innovation as he navigated the cutting-edge space. The walls, constructed of transparent smart glass, displayed holographic data streams and intricate blueprints, creating an immersive blend of work and creativity. Ambient lighting in shades of cool blue and pulsating white illuminated the vast expanse, casting a crystalline glow on the polished surfaces. A colossal desk dominated the central area, its surface a combination of interactive touchscreens and holographic displays. On it, a holographic keyboard materialized when needed, complementing the advanced computer terminals embedded seamlessly into the sleek design. Opposite him was a dirty, blonde-haired figure with a patch covering his left eye. "He is here," the dirty, blonde-haired figure spoke up. "It was inevitable. I knew he would figure it out eventually." The 12-foot-tall giant responded calmly while pushing his glasses up slightly. "What do we do?" The dirty, blonde-haired figure inquired. "I am close to completing the research, so we have to stall as much as possible," the 12-foot-tall giant replied. Chapter 14. 03 The clone reveals itself, so delay? Several things come to mind, but they may be a bit too extreme, the blonde-haired figure pointed out. "Do it. You have jurisdiction to make your own decisions." "You don't need to ask me," the tall man stated. Okay." The blonde-haired figure jumped to his feet afterward and moved towards the window on the far east. "I'm off." His figure vanished through the window in the next instant, displaying a completely different city, nestled within the heart of an expansive icy terrain, where frost-kissed winds danced over a landscape that spanned hundreds of miles. There existed a clandestine research center concealed from the prying eyes of the world. Accessed through a network of ice tunnels, the entrance was seamlessly integrated into the frozen environment, cleverly camouflaging the scientific sanctuary. Beyond this threshold lay a labyrinth of tunnels, meticulously carved into the ice. The tunnels opened into a vast cavern, revealing the research center's heart, where lots of people clad in lab coats could be moving across the place. In the sky above this location, a figure floated in place, gazing down like a divine being of protection. No one could notice his presence, because he had made himself unseeable, like a deity that cannot be perceived by mortals. "Dash, you missed the meeting." A voice sounded in his left ear through a communication device. "Was there a need for me to attend?" He questioned with a disinterested tone. "Dash, Jack, you can't be this irresponsible unlike when you were off the planet. You can't skip important meetings." The voice on the other end sounded disgruntled. "You geezers called me back to watch over this research center, no?" "I am doing just that. Meetings that concern killing a youngster isn't something I should concern myself with," Jack replied. "Dash, so long as you are on Earth, it is your business. Do well to put away sentimentality and make sure you do not miss the next meeting." The voice left no room for arguments. "No sentimentality here. I barely know the kid, but I will play no part in the Alliance politics. My loyalty rests with the safety of the Earth." "I don't care about anything else," Jack scoffed. "Dash, you suddenly sound like Mac. You two haven't switched, right?" "It's not noon yet." The voice on the other end sounded confused. "No, it is still me. The research center will be protected, no worries." Jack ended the transmission afterwards. "Damn geezers," he cursed under his breath, while recalling the things they had made him do in the name of protecting the Earth. "If push comes to shove, I will kill Gustav Crimson myself, but so long as I determine that he is not a threat to Earth, I will not engage in such foolishness," Jack swore while peering through the confines of the research center. His eyes focused on the dark being that was being held captive beneath the surface. "If what Dr. Markle says is true, we have a way bigger threat on our hands, but these geezers are focusing on the wrong thing." Jack let out a small sigh. Atop a skyscraper within Plankton City, Gustav stared at the enthralling scenery before him. "It's been too long since I did this." He basked in the swirling winds, blowing his hair backward for a few seconds while a purplish vortex appeared beside him. He walked out of the vortex in the next moment. "Endrick is going to watch over her," he reported. "Good. How long till she can see again?" Gustav inquired. "In 24 hours, she should be fine," E replied with a look of certainty. "That's a relief." "Let's go," Gustav stated. "You're going looking like that." E questioned while staring at Gustav, who currently looked middle-aged with dark circles underneath his eyes. His hair was also a shade of red and black. "It is an inconspicuous look," Gustav replied. "No doubt." E shook his head before conjuring another vortex. A purplish, swirling vortex appeared before them, and they proceeded to walk in. They arrived in a different scenery, completely. What lay ahead of them looked like an endless expanse of yellow burning sands. They couldn't even see their silhouettes despite the blistering heat due to the flaming sands. "Your vortex brought us outside," Gustav pointed out while staring at E. It's still burning Sand City. "Isn't it?" E replied with a wry chuckle. "TSK, Tisk, did you lose your touch?" Gustav voiced as they stepped forward. "Come on, give me a break, man. I just lost my 20 years of virginity," E blurted out. "What?" Gustav was immediately taken aback the moment he heard that. E realized what he just said and covered his mouth with an expression of realization. "How? When did this happen? Tell me everything." Gustav couldn't hide his interest as he began cackling. "Shouldn't have said that." E felt like burying himself. "Oh, come on. I knew your ass was a virgin, but this is surprising. You finally did it." E felt like burying himself even more after hearing Gustav's response. "Tell me, was it Alevra?" Gustav kept pestering He couldn't help but display a cheeky smile the moment he heard her name mentioned. It was the first time Gustav saw E blush. He knew felt something for Alevra, but he never thought they'd summon up the courage to finally take things further, especially to the point of full intimacy. "Well, it started when she asked me out on a date." E began narrating. They had both forgotten, or perhaps didn't care, that they were currently walking on the burning sands. In the past, the flames would have roasted them both and turned them to ash in an instant, but now they were both unaffected by it. As they walked further, the city materialized on the horizon, a futuristic metropolis rising from the arid expanse, its towering structures gleaming like mirages. Their footsteps left faint impressions on the scorching sand. As they drew nearer, the city's towering spires revealed intricate designs, adorned with luminescent strips that pulsed with a rhythmic energy. They soon passed through an energy shield that shimmered like a translucent wall. The temperature instantly dropped, providing respite from the scorching heat. The city unfolded before them, a marvel of futuristic architecture, with floating walkways connecting towering skyscrapers and sleek vehicles gliding noiselessly along levitating tracks. This was Burning Sands City, the same city where Boss Danzo met his end. Burning Sands City brought back unpleasant memories for Gustav, and he would never have returned there if it wasn't of utmost urgency. He decided to throw everything to the back of his mind in the meantime and focus on the task at hand. "A lot has changed, but I still recognize the routes," Gustav said to E. "You still remember the scientist's location, right?" E inquired. "Yeah, it's in that direction." Gustav pointed southeast, but the moment he did, one of the massive screens on a skyscraper lit up. "Breaking news! The universal fugitive Gustav Crimson has been sighted in Aribia City." A footage played out with the voice of the broadcaster, causing loud gasps to ring out across the entire city. "What the hell?" E let out an expression of shock as he stared at the footage playing out on the screen of a person who looked exactly like Gustav with an eye patch on his left eye. "That must be it," Gustav muttered. E turned to stare at Gustav beside him, who was in the form of someone else at the moment. "He looks more Gustav than you. So much that I am beginning to doubt that you are the real one." "I knew I was right. I will kill Zill." Anguish built up in Gustav as he tightened his fist with a bloodthirsty expression. Watching his clone on the screen made him mad because he was looking to get what he needed and leave Earth without anyone suspecting that he was ever there. There was no doubt that the news was being broadcast all across Earth at the moment, and even though it wasn't truly him, it would cause issues regardless. "You were looking for me. Well, here I am." The Gustav in the footage's voice shook the skies as he floated in midair while lifting a skyscraper. It was so large that it seemed like an ant was holding onto it because of his small size. Everyone watching was even more shocked as Gustav in the live footage flung the building downwards at the people in the city who were desperately trying to flee to safety. Chaos and pandemonium rang out as debris and dust clouded the visibility of Aribia City while loud cries rang out. "What is that fucker doing?" E immediately became enraged the moment he saw what the other Gustav did next. That was his home city. He couldn't sit by and just watch it get destroyed. So he swiftly opened up a vortex. Before E could jump into the vortex, Gustav stopped him. "Don't. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."